Tēnā rā koutou nā pō waitaka o tō tātou matua tipuna. E mihi atu o nā manuhiri. Tuatahi ko tēnei Karakia timataka e hui hui e tākata. E tātua kaharoa ka tuku whakamoemiti atu mātou mō nā Karakia ko waihotai mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waiho i a mātou punga whaero o katoa. Ki te taha ka mihi mātou ki ngā iwi Māori me tō inoi atu mō te arahi tanga i roto i tō mātou whakaaro arohanga kia mōhio ai, ki whakaiti ai a ihu karaiti tā mātou whakahaere i ka take o te whare nei ka hui hui e takata. Tuturu whakamaua ka tīna, haumi e hui e, taiki e. Nō reira tuatahi e mihi, ka me nui ki te mihi atu ki tō tātou matunui te raki, koe e te timataka me te whakautu ko tau katoa. Nō reira ka mihi au ki te kai homai, o ka mea pai katoa. Ka maumahara mātou ki a rātou kaitua ko Whakatau Wairua. E nō reira e koutou rā, ia marae, o ia iwi, o ia waka, haere ruke ki taro te whānui a tānei, ko tua tārai, haere e haere atu rā. E ka hoki nā maumaharatia mō tō whānau o te Party National. Nō reira e haere atu rā e Nicola Laura Kay, e Niki Kay. Nō reira e Niki e haere atu rā ki te pāta whakawairua, takoto. Takoto i rangi Māori i rungi tō waka, hoi atu tō waka ko tuatarai, haere e haere atu rā. Nō reira, āpiti hono tātai hono rātou ki te honga mate ki a rātou, āpiti hono tātai hono tātou ki te honga ora ki a tātou. Nō reira e mihi, ka mea nui, e mihi mō te mauria mai, nau mā haere mai o te rohe pōtai, o te pātawhi tō te kōhaka kai a waro, no maru a moka tere, e moka whakaruru hau o nai tuahuriri. Nō reira e mihi atu o ka manuhiri, kia koe e Darel Paul, me tō Kaiwhakahaere Matua Chumley. Nō reira Darel e haere atu, haere mai, mauria mai e whakaako ki te kaupapa, o te kaupapa nui o Chumley. Whakarongo e tātou, e mātou. Whakanuia o tātou tamariki. Value our children. O reira, tēnā ko e ho, e mihi atu. E koutou rā, o ka rakatira o te tēpū, o te kauni hera tai o Waitaha, e mihi atu, e te tumuaki, Stephanie, nā mihi, e te tiamana Kaiwhakahaere Craig, e koutou rā, tēnā koutou e mihi atu, mō tō rōpuraupa, mihi atu, koutou rā, tēnā koutou e mihi atu kia koutou katoa. I just wanted to acknowledge in the passing of a former colleague of mine and someone that was really a pure dynamo of energy. And I'm talking about Niki Kay. The unfortunate situation of someone that has actually passed away so young, but had so much to give as well. As a former parliamentarian, and particularly representing as a list MP down here for Port Hills, one of the biggest issues that we had was Redcliffe School. And the relocation of Redcliffe School and all of the angst that went with that. The minister at the time was Hekia Parata, who took no quarter. So the one that I dealt with most of the time was Niki. Niki was actually the one who was the diplomat in some ways, no disrespect to Hekia, but she was the one who was my contact actually all the way through there, and I want to acknowledge that. Niki actually was someone who later became the Minister of Education. And Nikki, and I'm mentioning that here because she was a real champion and a staunch environmental advocate. Nikki was also someone who had I've heard some interesting conversations between her and Maggie Barry. And it was particularly because Nikki went against the party and actually marched in not supporting mining on conservation land. That was the kind of person she was. So just to acknowledge her passing. I think if you read Marama Davidson's eulogy and the close friendship that they had outside of Parliament, because they were they were on that same waka that trying to survive this terrible disease of breast cancer. So I acknowledge Marama's journey as well, and I wish her well, as I'm sure all of us do here, but also to acknowledge Nikki's passing. The other mihi that I did this morning was to Darel Hall, who is the General Manager of Chumley. Both Darel and I actually have something in common, because we are both alumni of Chumley Home. And mine was the death of a mother, and that's where our dad sent us for 3 or 4 months until he could get his life back together. And it actually stopped us having to be whāngai out amongst other whānau, and he came back to pick us up 4 months later, and he brought us up after that. Chumley, we never forgot Chumley. Darel also has his story as well, but the two of us, and I think it's really great that I'm standing here welcoming you to this table as a manuhiri. The other part of this is that there is a centennial, and I see we have the media present here, so just to actually highlight that fact, is that next March 2025 is the 100th anniversary of Chumley Home, an iconic institution of Canterbury of New Zealand. And so thank you for the opportunity to mihi to someone that has passed that I honour here, and also someone that is here that talks about the succession, it talks about our children. Whakanuia o tātou tamariki, value our children. Okay, mihi atu, tēnā koutou e mihi atu kia koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe tūtahaunuku. Ai tēnā koe mō tō Karakia whakatūwhera o tātou nei hui, mō tō mihi whakatau ki ngā manuhiri, i tō poraporaki ki a Nikki hoki, tēnei te mihi ki a koe te rangatira. Ka tautoko au te mihi poraporaki ki a Nikki hoki. Moi mai rā. Ka huri au taku whakaaro ki taku hoa ki te tai rāwhiti, ko Kiwi Campbell. Ko mati i tēnei wiki, te tō wakaama o te ao, te wahine tō hoki, te rangatira hoki. Haere atu rā he hoa, moi mai rā. So I'm just acknowledging a friend of mine, Kiwi Campbell, who passed away early this week, 43 as well. Multiple world and national champion of wakaama, one of the best ever actually, tenacious and just a person that you wanted in your team and on your side, and so sad that she's passed away this week. A lot of the whole wakaama community and actually the whole East Coast is in shock this week because of that, and also acknowledging Nikki as well. So just wanted to acknowledge that. It's definitely on my mind, and just sad that we're losing these young wahine at this time. So just to acknowledge that, thank you, Nook, for your
Kia ora. Can I just acknowledge also the karakia I did was the parliamentary karakia.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
And To our guest, Darel, you'll be up soon, but welcome here. And I know to those that are also in the room, some people in the room related to the RPS discussion we've got this morning. And of course, I'm assuming, I haven't got the live stream numbers in front of me, but I'm assuming there's people joining in on the live stream too. Welcome to our meeting. This is the 591st council meeting, and I've got some other interesting facts that people might not know. That actually earlier this month, the Canterbury Regional Council celebrated its 35th anniversary. There you go. So we were actually amalgamated, brought together in 1989 on the 1st of October. And during that process, we share this anniversary with a whole lot of other regional councils around the country and district councils as well. So over 850 local bodies were amalgamated into 86 local authorities, and Canterbury was one of the 14 regions at the time. And 29 authorities were amalgamated into this council, including the noxious plant authorities, the pest destruction boards, pretty interesting names, the wallaby boards, the Nacella Tussock boards, the catchment and regional water boards, as Councillor East was a former member of, United Councils of North Otago and Marlborough, and 2 harbour boards. There you go. And so the Canterbury Regional Council had initially had 7 constituencies and 17 councillors. So there you go. Just some interesting history to pass on. So, we're part of that legacy that we're continuing today of the Canterbury Regional Council. So just to acknowledge that. We've definitely got a quorum present. I think all of our councillors are here or either online, so just acknowledging that we've got Councillors Edge, Councillors Deacher and Councillor Sunkel online. There's no other apologies. Next thing is, are there any conflicts of interest in the room? Obviously, Nook, I think you've declared one in terms of your role with the Chumley home. Yep.
Yeah, just declaring that I'm the patron of the Chumley Children's Centre.
Kia ora, thank you. And we'll go to our public forum that we've got. And kia ora, Darel, welcome to the table. It's great to have you here. Looking forward to your kōrero. Basically, you've got 10 minutes. If you're getting close to that, we'll ring a little bell. But other than that, then we'll have any questions of clarification from councillors after that. So over to you, Darel. Kia ora, welcome here.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair Pauling, Deputy Chair Swiggs, Councillor, Patron and fellow alumni, Karakia councillors. I am Darel Hall, the new General Manager at Chumley, an alumni from the 1970s. Chumley's Children's Centre provides free, short-term, planned and emergency respite care for tamariki aged 5 to 12 in Canterbury. We've provided the service since 1925, and as you may have heard earlier, we're 100 next year. Tamariki stay at the centre in times of whānau, stress or crisis, when it's in their best interest to spend some time away from home. This includes single parents without support at a time of illness, grandparents caring for children for whom their love can't quite match their energy levels, parents needing time out to cope with mental health challenges. We fill niches that allow difficult times to be managed rather than escalate. Chumley also offers community outreach support to whānau, rangatahi and tamariki through our AWHI team made up of social workers and whānau order navigators. When tamariki stay at Chumley, they receive 24/7 support made up of structured social interactions and learning, outdoor activities, sleep, hygiene and meal times. Our respite service gives whānau time to breathe and make better decisions for their future. Tamariki get new experiences, life skills and education so that whānau and their tamariki are set to thrive. Now, Chumley costs around about $3 million a year to run, with about 20% of that cost met by the government. The remaining 80% comes from trusts, grants, events and donations from all of Canterbury. And that's why I'm before you today. You represent all the people of Canterbury. People come to you with issues, whether they're within your remit or not. And through you, I want to thank the people, volunteers, businesses, and donors of Canterbury for their support for Chumley children, both this year and in years to come. Chumley is a service that belongs to the people of Canterbury and draws support throughout Canterbury. And through you, I want to remind Cantabrians that we are a free service available for everyone, including those who live rurally, where we may not always do as well as we aspire to. We have children from Kaikoura through to Waitaki, and we adapt our respite model to the child and their family to meet their needs. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Kia ora, Darel. Thank you for that. Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Burns?
Kia ora. I just want to congratulate you on your appointment to the role of GM. I had spells at Glenelg during the late 60s and early 70s, so a similar sort of experience, I think. But I guess the question I wanted to have, and clearly the pressure is on with the 80% funding that you have to find as far as operating each year. In a nutshell, how are you doing?
We're doing adequately, but not as well as we need to.
Oh, just push your button, Darel.
Sorry.
Yep, thank
There
you.
we go. We're doing adequately, but not as well as we need to. But you know, people are very supportive. Businesses are very supportive. We get some amazing things happen to us. We had a lady come in from Rangiora the other day with some knitting. These things happen all the time. People are immensely generous. Businesses are immensely generous. We had an event out at the Motukarara races the other day. Just amazing generosity. So I trust in the generosity of people. Canterbury has wanted this service for 100 years. This service does not exist without Canterbury wanting it to happen. And I think Canterbury will continue to want it to happen.
Kia ora, Greg. Kia ora, Darel. Any other questions, councillors? No? Hey, thanks so much. Vicky, you got one?
So I was just going to ask, have you got enough volunteers for fundraising over the Christmas period? Because I know that's something that you do. Oh, sorry, I pinched your button.
We're always looking for volunteers. We can certainly help you out with that. But we've got a big program of events coming up for our centenary, and we'll be publishing that shortly. And we always welcome volunteers, from the person who brings in the knitting, from the lady who drops in with the dogs on a Thursday to show the kids. It is amazing. So thank you.
Kia ora, Darel. Kia ora no. Probably just to make the point too is that I see in this organisation and also Chumley, there's a commonality, and it's particularly around the progressive development of Te Ao Māori, actually within Chumley, and you know they have some very kind of capable people. Janine Morel Gunn, you know, a former chair. Now you've got Nettles Lamont, you know, as the chair, and then also you've got the foundation and all that as well. But throughout the last kind of 10 years, because when you look at the children, the families, obviously the stats will tell you, you know, and it's not only just in Chumley, it's actually the social stats across Aotearoa, is that it's actually, again, about, you know, Māori whānau as well. Not all Māori whānau, but they tend to be the kind of predominant, you know, people that actually need that kind of support. Originally, when we were there because of the loss of a mother. But today, it's actually, you know, not only that, it's the scourge of, you know, society around drugs, violence, you know, all of that. So that's what they're dealing with as well. And there's never enough volunteers, there's never enough money, but they actually make it work. And it's people like Darel, you know, that's there, you know, to assist that. And nothing better is to actually have alumni that understand, you know, where these, you know, where people come from that come to Chumley for assistance, for help, and particularly around festive season, you know, all of that as well. So kia ora to you. Thank you.
Kia ora no. And just wait there, Darel, because we've just got a resolution to do. So thank you for your presentation and for highlighting the work that Chumley does. It's great, and thanks to Councillor Korako. So we've got this resolution here that will receive the public forum from yourself, and that will provide a reply to you. I'll move that. Any seconder for that? Councillor Southworth. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? That's carried. Thanks, Darrell. Kia ora. So our next item is deputations, petitions. We have none of them. We have no extraordinary or urgent business either. We have no notices of motion. We'll go to number 7.1, which is on page 7 of our agenda. A couple of minutes there from our extraordinary meeting on the 16th of October and our council meeting on the 23rd of October. Do I have any questions or discussion on that? Don't think so. Do I have a mover for these sets of minutes? Councillor Davies moved it, seconded Councillor Ward. Don't think there's any discussion needed. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And then we'll go on to our first report item, which is report item 8.1, and that's on page 46 of the agenda. And I'm going to ask Fiona if she'd come up. Kia ora, Fiona. Thank you. And Fiona will introduce this paper on our dangerous dams policy that we've been doing work on over the last few months. So thanks, Fiona. Yep.
Mr. Chair, can I just say that I haven't been involved in any of this process. I'll sit back from this. I won't be involved in the voting.
Kia ora. Thanks, Peter. Thank you. Over to you, Fiona.
Kia ora koutou. So the paper recommends that Council adopts the policy on dangerous earthquake-prone and flood-prone dams, which is included in Attachment 1. So Environment Canterbury is required to have this policy under the Building Act. Council adopted a draft policy in August to go out for public consultation. After receiving written submissions and hearing from some of those submitters in October, staff recommended a number of changes be made to the policy, and that was taken forward to deliberations where those changes were largely supported. There's also a recommendation that delegation is given to the chair to make minor changes to the policy once it has been adopted. It's just minor corrections if needed. And in terms of next steps, submitters will be contacted just to confirm that the policy has now been adopted and where to find it. And we'll also provide a copy to MB.
Thanks, Fiona. Any questions or clarification on this matter, councillors? No, doesn't look like it. Thanks, Fiona. You can step back. Cool. So we've got 4 resolutions here. Councillors happy to take them all together? Yep. Okay. So we'll have resolutions 1 to 5 that are in our agenda papers there and online as we scroll up and down on them. So basically, that notes that we're required to have a dangerous dams policy. That government, ECAN adopted the policy for public consultation. We went through that process, and that we're going to adopt this policy. That's in attachment 1. Delegates to the chief executive, and then we're going to send copies of it to those different agencies, or MB in particular. So do I have a mover for this? Councillor East, cool, and Councillor Robinson, seconded. And any discussion? Would you like to speak to this, Councillor East? No? Councillor Robinson, would you like to speak now? No? Councillor Burns.
Kia ora. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I just want to acknowledge the work of the staff, and I also want to acknowledge the people that bothered to turn up to make submissions in person. I thought, as someone who has very little experience in dams, it was good to have people who are practitioners who actually build them, people who use them in their day-to-day lives, whether it be on their property or nearby, and also members of the communities who live nearby and perhaps had safety concerns. So I thought very good process, and I just wanted to acknowledge staff's involvement in that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. Any other? Yep, Councillor McKay.
Thank you very much. I definitely agree with the comment around the staff work in this. I think it started with the regional councils actually working up a common template that we have worked from and used as that base, and then made it specific to ourselves, or the Canterbury region particularly, and also the changes that were made after the deliberations or after the hearings and the deliberations. So thank you, Fiona and your team, for the work that's been done there. Also acknowledging that some of the submitters were outside scope, but some of it was relevant to some of our work, and obviously we have been assured that staff will take on board some of the concerns that were made. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. Any other people want to speak to this? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Any abstentions or anything? Yes, Dion?
Abstaining.
Abstaining? Cool. You want that noted? Cool. Thanks, Dion. That's carried. Thank you. Yeah, and just to commend the work as well. It was a good process, and yes, very interesting submitters we had. Learnt a lot, so thank you. 8.2. So we're getting on to our item here about the Regional Policy Statement and the impacts of the recent Resource Management Act amendments. So Andrew and Lisa to the table. Kia ora. I'll hand over to you to introduce this item. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm really pleased to bring you this report today. And it's really important because it determines the next steps around the Regional Policy Statement. As you know, the government introduced some new legislation through the Resource Management Amendment Act, which creates some restrictions in terms of how we notify plans that give effect to the MPS FM. There are 4 options that we've put in the paper today. Those options are pause the development of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement until January 2026, engage with the Minister for the Environment to clarify if there's a pathway available to notify the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement prior to January 2026, progress towards notifying these parts of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement that are not related to freshwater, and finally, progress towards notifying the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement as previously intended, option 4. We believe that those are the only available options available to Council, but we've left this very much in your hands as councillors to determine the correct pathway forward. We're very happy to answer any questions in relation to the report. Thank you.
Kia ora, Andrew. Any questions from councillors on this? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much. Through your chair, thank you. For the paper, in here you mention about a possible delay of 3 months to get an answer from the minister or / ministries, whoever's going to be responding. How certain are we around that time frame?
Quite uncertain, so we haven't been through the process, so we don't know how long it will take, and it will be, I guess, to an extent outside of our control as to getting time in front of people at the ministry.
Given that there probably will be other regional councils with various planning processes that will also be using the same, asking the same question of the minister, given the exemptions and things that are there, is it feasible that this could be a 6 to 9 month time frame? I'm probably putting you on the spot, but I mean, it just seems to be this uncertainty is potentially quite significant.
Lisa's correct. We don't know the right answer, but what we've put in the paper is our very best estimate of how long it'll take. It could take longer, Councillor Mackay. It could take shorter, but our best estimate is 3 months.
Cool. I've got Greg next, Ian, and then I'll come to you.
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, my questions are around item 3 on page 59 in the key points, which talks about the amendments create some ambiguity as to whether all or part of the draft Canterbury Regional Policy Statement is a freshwater planning instrument prevented from being notified under section 80A-4A, and then again on item 16, there is some ambiguity if the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement in whole or in part is subject to the amended legislation. Can you flesh that out a little bit for me, please?
So the legislation talks about planning instruments that have been created for the purpose of giving effect to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. The Regional Policy Statement has a purpose that is set out in the RMA that is different to giving effect to the NPSFM. The purpose of a regional policy statement is to provide for the integrated management of natural and physical resources. So it has a much wider purpose, and as a result of that, covers a lot more ground than just freshwater.
Yep, just a question on that. Thank you. That's great, because I noticed in section 30, functions of council in the RMA, and also on the Ministry of the Environment webpage, which highlights clear differences between a regional policy statement and a regional plan or policy statements. For example, land and water plans are quite different. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm very mindful that do you have the ability to be able to go yes or no, there's enough ambiguity to be able to go, we don't know enough, to be able to say either way our advice is to delay or to not delay?
Option 4 is that's set out in the paper. So the option of progressing towards notifying the regional policy statement is an available option because of that ambiguity.
Ian.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question of for clarity. Option 1 refers specifically to January 2026. Can you explain why specifically that date? Or, yeah.
The amendment legislation prevents notification of a plan intended to give effect to the NPSFM until the NPSFM has been revised or 31st of December 2025, whichever is sooner.
So if the government have clarified the RMA changes and that's all been passed, if we adopted option 1, could we go to an earlier date if the government, as the intent would be not to be fixed on the January 26th, but January 26th or whatever's the earliest option?
Yep. Just for completeness, I think it's also important to note that a new NPS, new national direction, may change how the regional policy statement is structured, the contents of the regional policy statement. If we change the regional policy statement, there are some required steps that we would need to go through under the Resource Management Act, specifically the process that you're well aware of under Clause 3 of the first schedule and the Clause 4A process in terms of engaging specifically with a final document with mana whenua. We would need to squeeze those in post the release of our ability to start to notify new plans that give effect to the NPSFM.
Thanks. Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for this. My question is, in terms of advice sought in the preparation of this paper, was there external advice sought? Did you look at other opinion other than opinion within this building?
This is new. We haven't seen legislation that's done exactly this before. There is no case law out there as to how we might operate under this new requirement. And as such, we have spoken to our external legal providers around that and sought extensive advice around the available options We haven't extended further at this point in time formally to discuss anything with central government around this, but your choice will change or direct our approach as staff in terms of where we take the regional policy statement from here.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that gives good clarity because depending on, I guess, the advice you get, it's the pathway then that you, is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
We wanted legal advice to ensure that we were providing council with all the options. We haven't gone further in terms of that advice, in terms of talking with central government, until we have your view as a council on which way we take this document.
I don't want to pick too much into this, Andrew, but so essentially this doesn't stop what you're doing on the RPS. It just pushes you down another avenue. So this isn't finished. It's like if, for example, we say pause, there's still work that needs to be done to get you into that position.
If we paused the regional policy statement, I would be looking to redirect the planning team onto other planning tasks. As a council and the LTP, you have set an ambitious program ahead of us in terms of our RMA provisions review. You've asked us to do a targeted review of the Coastal Environment Plan by December 2026 and a full review of the Land and Water and Coastal Plan. Remember also that we're exploring with the 3 Southern Runanga and ORC approach to managing the Waitaki as a single catchment. And today you also have a discussion to have around Plan Change 8, which is a much more immediate planning change than any of the more longer term pieces of work. I'd be seeking to get my team to look at delivering on those other priorities of the council.
Joe.
Regarding option 2, is the engagement with the ministry primarily to seek clarification about our position under the Amendment Act, or would we enter that engagement with the intent of seeking an exemption?
Initially, it would be to seek clarification around whether that exemption pathway is available to us, or whether that ambiguity is an intentional ambiguity, and that it wasn't intended to capture documents such as the regional policy statement. That would be the first bit of engagement. From there, we would come back to the council, and with that clarification, either seek to progress an exemption, or if there was some other changes needed, then we'd come back to the council to discuss that and seek direction.
How likely is the minister to grant an exemption? Don't know.
I don't think we know the likelihood or not. I think what I would like to encourage the council to do is think about all of the elements that the RPS is going to support in terms of Waitaha's development. Not just around the freshwater challenges that we have, the FMUs, the visions that are included in the RPS, but more around the work that we've done to enhance the protection of communities from natural hazard, to deliver on the improved housing choices that the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan has, which is embedded within the RPS, to look at our approach that we're taking between the land and the moana. You know, there's an awful lot that you've talked about around the regional policy statement that is not directly related to freshwater, but does have a real benefit in terms of delivering outcomes for Waitaha. And I think that should be the core of the conversation that we have with central government, is that the RPS does an awful lot to achieve outcomes in Waitaha. And there's been an extensive program of engagement, both with mana whenua and the wider community, to come up with that strategic direction.
I've got Councillor Edge online, Grant.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just foreshadowing an amendment to item 3D.
We're not there yet, Grant. So we're just asking questions about. Yeah. So if you want to do that,
is it possible?
Yeah.
When that comes, if it does come, is there an ability to ask staff questions at that time?
Yeah, questions can be asked at any stage, but I'm happy if you ask a question in relation to that now, you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you got one?
Well, probably. Well, no. Look, I'll wait for the amendment.
Oh, good.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've got Dion.
Hi. Something that you said before has just got me a little bit confused, and it's around the options that we've got to consider. I might as well look at this. So you said there might be some ambiguity around what the amendment to ADA meant to the regional policy statement, but then we've also got the option to progress the regional policy statement with areas that are not related to freshwater. So is there parts to our current regional policy statement that actually do point to the national policy statement for Freshwater 2020? Because there either is or there isn't. If there wasn't, you wouldn't have given us the option 3. So I'm just a little bit confused. Sorry.
Yes. So the regional policy statement and all of our planning framework is required to give effect to any national policy statements that are in play on any given day. So it is required to give effect, and the way that the regional policy statement does that currently is by identifying freshwater management units and including some objectives for those freshwater management units. And then the policy that kind of sits underneath those objectives also is designed to deliver on those objectives for those freshwater management units. However, the purpose of the regional policy statement is to provide for the integrated management of natural and physical resources. So it all kind of hinges on that. Is the purpose of the regional policy statement to give effect to the NPSFM, or is it to provide for the integrated management of natural and physical resources? And I think that's where there's a bit of ambiguity, and that ambiguity provides a pathway, that sort of a legal argument to progress to notification, despite the legislation saying that, appearing to mean that we can't. So yeah.
So sorry. Do you want to continue, or can I ask just a further question to that? So I know what you're saying there, but you've also just said that there are parts to the visions into those FMs that are directly out of the National Policy Statement for 2020. So in effect is, in my mind, and this is where legal interpretation is going to be problematic. So in effect, if we did progress with option D, which is to progress towards the Canterbury policy statement, regional policy statement, it is quite likely that we are going against the ADA amendment, or in conflict with the ADA amendment. And the next part of that question will be that this legal interpretation, if we did do that option, and we did get a judicial review because somebody had a different interpretation, that's going to delay us even further, isn't it?
That's a really nice summary, Councillor Swiggs, of the situation that we're faced. There is the ambiguity that is in the legislation around whether the RPS, the purpose of an RPS is integrated management, or the purpose of an RPS is to give effect to national direction. That ambiguity creates an opportunity for the council to move forward with option D, but it also creates a high level of legal risk, because other parties could take the alternative view to that, and that would mean that we would need to respond to that legal challenge, and that would create a time delay in the process. I think we've detailed that in the paper.
Sorry, I've got Vicky, but it's on the same point. Totally different. Okay, I'll go to Vicky. Thanks, Dion.
Yeah, so the RPS is sort of setting the overarching integrated management for a number of resources, natural, physical resources. and is really important to the territorial authorities as well as to our own development of our subsequent plans. So in terms of a delay and holding up and waiting until, say, the end of start of 2026, is it essential that we essentially push back the timelines for the Land and Water Regional Plan, for that integrated plan? Is it realistically, is the whole lot slipping because of the pause on the RPS, or is it possible to keep the timeline for subsequent plans whilst potentially having quite a delay to the RPS?
Me and my team are entirely focused on the timeframes you've laid out in the LTP. The only timeframes that are looking at being upset through this are the timeframes around the regional policy statement and Plan Change 8. Work is still occurring on the coastal plan, and we've had briefings around the scope on that. We haven't come back to you and talked about the integrated plan, the alignment of the land and water and the coastal plan. But work is underway at the moment around our responsibilities on Section 35 of the Resource Management Act to test the efficiency and effectiveness of our current planning framework. And that is the foundation of what you would do to undertake a review. So we're entirely on track for the 2028 notification deadline of the integration of the land and water and coastal plan, and entirely on track on a December 2026 notification of a review of the coastal plan.
Subsequently to that, in terms of territorial authorities, so as I said, it's also important for them. So are we aware of any territorial authorities whose plans are essentially waiting or will be dependent upon us updating our regional policy statement, or that might be lesser because we don't put in place our new RPS and they're instead just being held to the current one, which doesn't have as much around hazards, around climate change response, around blue-green infrastructure, etc. So what are the knock-on effects for our territorial authorities?
We haven't spoken to each individual territorial authority around this. On Friday last week, there was a meeting of all of the planners across Canterbury. And from that meeting, I know that there is a range of different plan reviews that are going through at the moment. But what I'd also say is that, Timaru isn't deep in the middle of a district plan review. Waimakariri is in the final stages, and so is Selwyn. It would be useful to have a regional policy statement, but for those plans, it has come actually a little bit late in their review cycle, the current notification of the RPS, to really influence those plans. As someone who used to work at a district, it is always frustrating when the overarching documents change. But for some of those councils, particularly the Greater Christchurch councils, whenever we can get some statutory direction that delivers on the outcomes of the spatial plan, those councils will welcome it in terms of being able to use that to deliver on their district plan objectives, noting that they made a choice to review their plans ahead of the delivery of the Greater Christchurch spatial plan, knowing that they would need to make future changes going forward. The final point I would say is that in relation to another piece of national direction, the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land, I think the RPS will make things a lot easier for the district councils around that, because it really starts to specify this is the size of highly productive land that you will need to be looking at protecting, not all of the class 1, 2 and 3 soils. So I think that there are some elements in there that will support all of our district councils to be able to deliver their aspirations. I hope I've answered your question, Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. Back to you, Peter.
Pretty much just answered mine, actually, because I was going to ask you about the HPL, highly productive land, and it would seem that TAs at the moment across Canterbury are looking for better definition around the HPL. And my question is, we know the NPSFM is getting consideration with government. Is the HPL in the same situation, Andrew?
Our understanding is all of the national direction is getting reviewed by central government. What that looks like and the shape of it, I don't have more information to give you.
Craig, just 1 second, because I think that's important from my point of view anyway, in trying to understand a decision here. Because if now what I've just heard from you is, look, everything's up for grabs here. We don't know what's going to happen. MPSs could all get changed or could all get altered. Then I guess just about the time and the certainty about that. So there's a lot of uncertainty around what we need to decide here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Nook?
Tēnā kōrua. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just trying to, because I'm just trying to gather my thoughts here, because, and one of the reasons why a number of the territorial authorities are wanting to pause this. Now, to me, the RPS, it's a big kahuna, it's a big, powerful tool for driving change. Okay, am I correct there? And then with that, it sets the direction for all other plans, particularly, the local territorial authority plans. And you kind of mentioned something there, which actually tells me that one of the reasons why the territorial authorities, a number of them now, want to pause this thing is because they actually are already halfway through, their own plans. And so you said, Andrew, that no one likes to have changes halfway through. Am I correct? So so that answers my question about what's being at play here as well, particularly around the territorial authorities. And then I'm just trying to understand, and I think I have, that there are 4 major parts of legislation that's affected. The Resource Management Act, of course, Biosecurity Act, Maritime Transport Act, and then also the Local Government Act. Are they the main? They're the 4, aren't they?
Nook, just can you clarify your question, because I don't quite follow in terms of the...
When you're talking about an RPS, there's actually certain pieces of legislation, that actually drive it or give effect. I mean, I'm just asking.
I think it's only the RMA, to be honest, like that it sits under. Look, Andrew's just given the thumbs up.
I was just thinking about Vicky's question, though.
Yeah.
Okay, kia ora, thank you.
I mean, across local government, those other acts do apply to local government for sure. So when you're fulfilling your responsibilities, you do need to take them into account. But the RPS in particular just sits under the RMA and that structure, including resource consents, regional plans, district plans, etc., rather than those other responsibilities, even though there's overlap, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so finally then, environmental regulation and protection. That's also in this thing.
Well, that's our structure, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. What's a key part of our core service for environmental regulation and protection, for sure. Just as clarification on Nick's question about, I think I heard you say, Andrew, that the 4 or so district councils that have got their district plan reviews already underway, you're saying that our RPS, even if we did notify it, wouldn't affect them anyway because they're a bit late in the process. It would more affect future district plans. Is that right?
And each district council is in a different stage of their plan review process. So I mentioned 4 that are near the end of theirs. We've also got Mackenzie, who's right at the beginning of their process, or in the middle of quite a long process of rolling reviews. I don't think that we have a homogeneous timeframe out there around district plan reviews that I can easily say this would be the right date to notify an RPS to align with the district councils, because that date just doesn't exist with 10 territorial authorities across the region. It's not like they go one a year.
Thanks. I've got Joe next.
Do the same concerns regarding splitting the policy statement expressed in option 3 apply to option 2 and the clarification of a possible partial exemption?
yes, if the answer that we get back from that clarification is that we would need to redraft the regional policy statement to remove components of it.
Can you please speak to the additional staff time and resources of option 2?
In the first instance, Councillor Davies, it would be simply a conversation. And if that conversation went really well, and, you know, I'm envisaging that conversation is not one that you're just directing staff to do. I expect that there is part of that conversation is engagement between councillors and central government ministers. But I also expect that staff will be having a big role in terms of talking from a staff to staff level. If that was a one conversation with central government and we outline this is what the regional policy statement will do for the region and here's how it benefits the people of Waitaha and our resource management, and potentially, because I think there's quite a lot that I have read in our own regional policy statement and some of the rhetoric I have heard from central government, here's how we align around some of our objectives. That might be a very short conversation. We have that, and then we move forward to notify. It may be that there are some elements within the regional policy statement that don't quite fit. And let's understand what those are. And then I think that there's a further conversation, if that happens, that would need to go back and talk with our partner and our wider community. But I don't know that that will actually be where we get to. It may be just as easy as having the conversation, outlining why this is important to us strategically, and getting the blessing and endorsement that we can put an exemption in to move that forward.
Thank you. Genevieve.
Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Robinson, sorry.
That's all right. I was just thinking about the Clause 3 feedback. The councils, the TAs, have all had quite a big opportunity to put input into this document over the years. So have the other Clause 3 feedback engagement people, industry and the likes. But I guess what's really missing here is the community voice and what they think about the concept of either holding or withdrawing from this at the moment. That's my main concern. Will we get a chance to speak to this at some point? Okay, thank you. So yeah, the main question I have is how much have we spent to date on this process? If we choose to not go ahead at the moment, what have we spent?
If I answer that question, I'm only ever going to be able to provide the highest possible estimate. And this is a public live stream meeting, and I need to go away and get you a much more accurate answer than providing a off-the-cuff answer in this conversation. Oh. Huh. Yeah, look, Lisa raises a very good point. We're currently dealing with a Lagoima request that asks that same information. So it's not a number that we're not trying to work out at the moment. And I think we have until about the 11th of December to complete that Lagoima request.
Is it fair to say that it's in the millions, or?
Absolutely, it's
okay,
in the millions.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? You got a question, Claire? Yep.
No, I haven't got a question, but I'm happy to move the recommendations
okay.
when we come
I've
to it.
just got a question I'd like to ask. Thanks. So in terms of the legal risk that is there, I mean, it's fair to say there's always a risk of judicial review on any plan that we do. That's correct? Yeah. And in this case, if we did notify, we're saying that's elevated. It's not elevated because of the process we've been through to date. That's correct. Cool. It's elevated because of the Amendment Act and that ambiguity. That's correct. That's the only... Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. That was my question. Thank you. Greg?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Actually, Councillor Scott and yourself have just sort of made me wonder. You replied to Councillor Scott when he asked about external legal advice. Is there external legal advice that we received from the same person we got for Awa in the Lyndhurst? Thank you.
I don't know the individual, Councillor Burns. The firm is the same firm.
Cool, thank you. Look, I think that's all the questions we've done. We can ask further questions during any debate. So thanks, Andrew and Lisa, for your answers, and thanks, councillors, for the questions. What we've got in front of us is a range of resolutions. What I'm keen to do is move 1 and 2 first to allow us to have a bit of a discussion, and then we'll go to 3 after that. So 1, yep.
I suggest that we move 1, 2 and 3A, because by going to a resolution you can have a fuller discussion.
I'm quite happy to do 1 and 2 first and allow a discussion on the different options that people can have, and then we'll move a preferred option after that. That's what I'm quite keen to do. Thanks. Yep. So, Joe, you happy to move 1 and 2? And second? Cool. Cool. Do we need to... Well, we will have some discussion on this, so I'm happy to... Do you want to start, Joe? No? Greg, do you want to speak to this? Okay. Sweet. Cool. Okay. Although, any other people want to discuss this at the moment? No? All those in favour, please say aye. Cool. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. We're on to number 3.
Through the chair, I'd like to move 3D.
Mr. Chair, have I already forewarned by putting 3A into that recommendation, which you wanted to take separately?
Yep, for sure. Yeah, I'm happy to have 3A. I mean, that's the way it is, and then we'll go to 3D after that. All good. Greg?
Just a question of clarification. So how does the notification by grant earlier on fit? Thank you.
Well, his is an amendment, I believe, that I saw to 3D. So if 3D is debated, that can be raised then. Yep. Yep. So at the moment, let's go to 3A. So have I got a mover for that, Claire? You're moving that? Have I got a seconder? Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak? Councillor McKay?
Yes, thank you. I think, through your chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the staff for coming to the table, presenting the paper, and then coming to the table and asking questions of clarification. I do firstly want to acknowledge all the work that has been done by the planning team and others that have participated in informing the draft RPS, or Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, as we've got, and certainly under the leadership of you, Stephanie, as the CE. So really do acknowledge that. I've chosen to put 3A on here, as this option does very much align with central government direction, and it would provide no risk to the organisation if we follow government direction. So that's a big issue as I see it. Without question, parts of the draft Canterbury Regional Policy Statement appear to be freshwater planning instruments, and we've had a little bit of a discussion here in the question and answer, and we have been informed, of course, around the fresh water management units and the visions that are included in this Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. It's also been written holistically, recognising the integration of our natural resources and the desire to achieve outcomes for Waitaha. So it's very much involves freshwater planning instruments as I see it. Staff have been very careful to acknowledge the ambiguity there, and particularly the relevant parts of the RMA that appear to perhaps be in competition with each other. I see the pause as not all lost work at all. It would sit perhaps in an abeyance until such a time, which may be the latest January 2026, and it could be earlier. That was a question that Councillor Mackenzie sought some clarification around. I think if we choose other options, the risk grows monumentally. Option 2 may be the closest to option 3A, or sorry, 3B may be the closest option to 3A, but we're still basically in the first of a step process, which then would come back to council. And I see that over the time, you're going to finish up in pretty much the same place as you will if we choose to pause. I think I acknowledge that there are some key issues that staff have mentioned in the Canterbury Water Management, in the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement that we need to address, but I am under the understanding that there are alternative opportunities around how we could actually deliver those. And it may, for example, look at opening the current RPS Regional Policy Statement and addressing one or two things in there. Because even if it does get notified and does go through a process, there could be still some quite time elapse here. So if I look at the points 21 of the paper, I just want to draw people's attention to those benefits that are outlined there. I'm not going to repeat them all. I just do think that perhaps the hearing costs being delayed a year, there's not going to be very much impact at all on the rating impact because this is borrowed money for the planning process. And I don't think it's going to make much difference whichever option we choose. But my preference is to take a pause.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Mackenzie, do you want to speak now?
Yeah, yes, I will. Thank you. I support option 1, and I think primarily because I think that is the clear direction we've had from central government as to what they want us to do. And I think anything else is unlikely to get any support from them and could have significant implications for the future of this council. And the reasons why they have given us that advice is because the 2020 MPS for Freshwater, which is embedded in our RPS, is insidious in the effect it's having across the whole of the region in terms of our economic and social values. And this isn't just for farmers, but it actually covers things like river management and gravel abstraction, wastewater systems, land use consents, urban stormwater, and of course irrigation takes, as just an example. And that is because of the hierarchy of values that is embedded within our RPS and embedded within the 2020 MPS Freshwater. So I personally don't think we have any other option apart from to go to option 1. And in the papers where you talk about the benefits associated with 1, there are some significant savings in hearing costs being delayed by a year. Money not spent is money saved. And I think the other interesting thing that Andrew talked about earlier was the fact that the work around realigning our land and water plan to think about the flaws that are inherent in our land and water plan because we've got too many rules and regulations, and the fact that that requires nearly 30,000 consents when we should probably be operating in the sort of regime where we maybe have 2,500 to 5,000 consents. A lot of that work can be done. That actually might have a real benefit to how we reflect on our community submissions to the RPS, which to a large extent haven't been reflected in the current draft of the RPS. But in fact, some of that reviewing of our land and water plan may well actually have a beneficial effect to what might be our final draft of the RPS after we've incorporated the government changes. And I think that's really critical.
Have you finished, Councillor McKenzie, or you got?
I thought there was one more point, but I just can't find it. So, if in the rules of debate, I'm allowed to just consider my notes.
Yep, I'll give you that.
And the last issue, which I think is important, and it goes to one of the risks involved that the staff have identified in option 1, and that is loss of buy-in and understanding of the by stakeholders. I think we underestimate the expectations that is sitting out there in our communities that this council will actually take direction from central government. And so there is huge expectation. I happen to know a lot of people from down my way who are actually listening into this debate today because of those expectations. And if we, there will be widespread disappointment if we don't take the direction of the government and implement the government policies. So I support this motion.
Thank you, Ian. Genevieve.
I do not support this motion. In the report given to us today, a number of words are included. Words of caution such as anticipate, appear, wait, government signals, risk. Is this ultimately how we see ourselves? Afraid to consider ourselves as leaders in the midst of environmental uncertainty, rather than simply spectators in a progressively difficult game? Where we wait diligently for the nod, allowing us or declining us, our desire to assist all communities across the region, both urban and rural, where our regional planning and regional policies seeking greater good fail to see the light of day? Why should we wait? As it stands today, we still have a statutory duty to consider the risk of not progressing with the very framework that has been in our direction for many years, including 2 years that I've sat in my seat. Do we choose to consider these words of caution, signal, anticipation ahead of lead and deliver? If we choose to wait for further decline in our environment, we have also failed to give a voice to the communities facing local environmental degradation. We are ready to address this in this draft. We remain obligated to address these key issues in our takiwā. We remain obligated to address the RPS every 10 years, and this, my friends, is it. We could have progressed this policy statement earlier on, but we didn't. There is always a reason as to why not. But what is the key reason why we should? There are many. When I was sworn in this seat, I made a pledge to my community and the region to do everything in my power to protect. And although I acknowledge that one size does not always fit all, when it comes to urban and rural or industry versus community, I believe this policy statement provides at least some certainty, some direction, yet enough flexibility to adapt. I don't think we should delay at all, no matter what the signal. Thank you.
Kia ora, Genevieve. Councillor Korako, you're up.
Yep, kia ora. Look, probably just a response to the previous speaker. I think there's an interesting saying is that it is a mistake to think that moving fast is the same as actually going somewhere. So that's my first point. And it leads me into signalling that I'm actually in support of 3A. Now, there are various reasons for that. And obviously, as a Ngāi Tahu appointed councillor, these are the reasons from a mana whenua perspective. The first one is that I want to acknowledge, because a lot of mana whenua people were involved in this work. So not only do I want to acknowledge, first of all, the work of our ringaropa, our staff here at Environment Canterbury, but also those external parties that were really instrumental in working in partnership to get this to this particular point. The next one is that the reason I'm supporting 3A is that you actually have to, and it's just a part and parcel of being under the jurisdiction of the Local Government Act in some ways, but also understanding the Crown. And we only have to look further south at the Otago Regional Council and what happened there when they actually did not adhere to, what the Crown was actually saying as well. So I think that 3A is imposing this, putting it into some kind of abeyance until a particular date, is actually being progressive and along the way reducing risk, because it will give us time actually to get a very, very clear understanding on where the Crown is actually sitting with what we're proposing. The other thing is that, the ambiguity actually around the RMA, and this is where I want to bring in mana whenua, because if we go back to our last Te Rōpūtuia meeting, it was quite clear by one of the co-chairs is that it would be more reasonable actually to pause and actually take stock and then move forward from there. The other part of this is that this was supported particularly by 3 Southern Runanga. And so and we talk about constituents and, who we represent, and I'm saying is that this is what the majority of Papatupu Runanga are actually thinking. I also need to qualify that as well, is because there's actually a number of things that they take into account as well that actually hasn't been answered yet. And there's also the Ngāi Tahu Statement of Claim over Freshwater that is sitting there. And so it would actually be more beneficial to actually pause because of that. There's also questions around the coastal plan. So where does it leave the coastal plan? The other part of it is that we're also very clear about the Ngāi Tahu settlement protection. And when we talk about that as Ngāi Tahu whānui, it is about the settlement protection and enhancement. This here is definitely the tool of enhancement, but it needs to be properly, developed, and the next sort of stages of it need to be actually very, very carefully considered. Because when we come back to freshwater, any new freshwater planning tools, I think, should be developed to give effect to the Ngāi Tahu rangatiratanga around water. And so this is where I'm coming from as well. So they are my reasons for actually signalling my support for 3A, to pause the development of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement until January 2026. Thank you.
Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I'll stand for this one. I had intended to wait to talk in favour of option 3D, but I'll speak now against stalling or pausing this. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the staff that have been involved with this all the way through. It's something you can be very proud of. The expectations that we've put in front of you, in my view, have been met. And I can only imagine how frustrating it's been over the years that this has been in progress. It is my opinion that there has been an orchestrated campaign to stall, obstruct, interrupt, and at times browbeat. The Canterbury Regional Council, aka ECAN, or to many in our communities, ECANT, can. We can deliver. Here it is. Now it just takes the 16 around the table to do our job. We have a history, certainly over the past decade and a half, of supporting economic development over the sustainable management of the region's natural and physical resources. This provides balance for both, in my opinion. Recent examples have included appeals to legal decisions that have gone against the organisation's practices, and even writing directly to the Minister asking for law change. In my opinion, these are hardly actions of an organisation with the best interests of the future generations of Canterbury. Mō tātou, a mō ka uri, a muri aki nei, for us and our children to come. We've heard from Runanga. I'm very surprised by Councillor Kōrako. I heard very clearly at our last meeting with them what they think we should do, albeit more strongly from some chairs and their advisors than others. We heard too through our What's Our Future Canterbury and Let's Pick a Path engagement campaigns, clause 3 and 4A. What we need to do now is to notify for an extended period to allow all of those who choose to submit their views on this document. It is also my opinion we have a draft that is deft enough to be updated as required after public consultation and before and during the subsequent hearings. As for the threats of legal action, tell me any plan that hasn't. For example, Federated Farmers spent a decade stalling the Mackenzie District Plan Change 13 basin. I do not see any difference either continuing with our statutory requirement and the decision we made to politely turn the Minister's request for us to ask for the Ngāi Tahu Representation Act to be repealed. Finally, we have seen that should the government have any concerns with our draft RPS, they will move swiftly to act. I acknowledge the Crown role, but I work for the people of Canterbury. Let them decide. Let us do our job. Let the people of Canterbury tell us the future that they want for themselves and for future generations to come. Thank you.
What? No, you can't respond. You can, yeah. We're in debate, so we're going to go around. You can't have another go just yet. I want to go around the table because there's people lined up ready to speak. So, John is next online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. It's pretty quiet, but we'll try and turn it up.
Can I come back?
Right. Thanks.
I want a point of order.
Of the lecture. Look, I support.
Hang on, John. Just wait there, John. What's your point of order?
The point of order is the previous speaker. Actually, there was a.
What number? Sorry.
Oh, Greg, I'll be the adjudicator. Thanks.
His point actually about the Te Rōpū Tui and what he heard and what I heard. That's the point of order. That was incorrect.
Okay. So you're saying it's incorrect information? Look, I'll have to check the standing orders. I don't know if that's a point of order.
Oh,
to be honest, because points of order are related to the standing orders and they have to be specific. So I'd have to talk to staff. So if it's a specific one, I think it's a difference of opinion. Maybe not. I don't know if it's a incorrect statement.
I mean, I get. We let people work amongst us, but they still don't understand the factors when they listen.
Yeah.
And what they hear is actually quite different.
Yeah. I'm keen to let the debate continue because we'll be able to hear from other councillors about their opinions on that as well. But yeah, if there's a specific standing order that you think's been breached, I'm happy to talk about that.
I'll come back.
And we'll have an adjournment. But other than that, we'll carry on. Thank you. So, John, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support 3A for the reasons given by Councillors Mackay, McKenzie and Karakia. I initially supported, 3B and going to the Minister, but I have a suspicion that if we went to the Minister would say no thank you. So it circumvents a period of time. So I won't speak at length on it. Others have articulated the views that I have. So yeah, support 3A.
Thank you, John. I'll go to Dion.
Kia ora, thanks, Craig.
Councillor Swiggs.
I'm really annoyed by this, to be fair. We've spent 2 years getting to a point of working with this with our communities, with our partners, with stakeholders, and the staff have a plan ready to go. And that's the thing that I'm quite frustrated with, is there was a plan ready to go. I was quite keen to see what that looked like, to go through the processes and understand where that sat. However, the situation and the ballgame that we're living in has changed, and we are a creature of the government statute, and it is my job to weigh up all of these considerations, everything that I hear from the people that come and speak to us about this, that write in. And there are different views, there are mixed views about different things that are important to different communities. There's parts of this RPS that I really want to see go through, that are important to the communities that I represent, that I've worked hard to try and mitigate some of the issues that they face. And there are parts to the RPS that the communities in other parts of the region have had a reaction to that are quite perverse, that they find will be a real struggle to, what's the word I'm looking for here, to implement. However, the fact of the matter is that the government's changed ADA of the Resource Management Act. And I've looked through to try and understand what the intention of the government is, and I have to make a decision today. Now, I'm looking at the wider Resource Management Act changes that they're going to make, and some of the guidance that they've put out recently in terms of their phase 3 of the Resource Management Act changes is going to shift the system, and they're going to focus on consenting, from consenting to strengthening post-compliance monitoring and enforcement. Now, I'm really keen on this council picking that point up, which is what the government signal is around monitoring and enforcement. However, they've also said that they're going to realise efficiencies by requiring one regulatory plan per region, jointly prepared by regional and district councils. So I'm sitting here, and I've been reading through this and trying to understand where things are going. And I'm sitting here going, we are facing some incredibly big changes right now. And there are some incredibly big changes about how we govern our region and how territorial authorities govern their districts. It's going to be massive. And I'm really concerned with where we may head in a complete, facing pretty much a brick wall if we continue on with the regional policy statement, given the indications that we've faced. We've spent a lot of money, a lot of time, and as I said, I'm really, really frustrated to get to this point. I was initially supportive of 3B, to actually go and speak to the government and say, what is it that we can do and can't do? But after speaking and listening to the staff, I am very much not supportive of breaking the regional policy statement up. And because the reason that I'm not supportive of that is because of the Resource Management Act as it currently stands, and the functions of a regional council under the Act and under 31A is to prepare policies that integrated management of the natural and physical resources of the region. How the heck can we put a regional policy statement out that doesn't give effect to one of the national policy statements? In my mind, that's just impossible. It's just stupid. So we can't do that. So that immediately for me is putting it out. So I'll support 3A on those reasons. I'm not happy about it. But I'm not willing to put this council into a situation where we end up in litigation. And we all know what litigation looks like. We could tie this thing up for 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, as one of the councillors already said, 10 years. We actually need to work with the government, figure out what they want, and make solutions that fit our region. As Councillor Robinson said, we do have some issues in the region. We do have some issues with our environment. Farmers that I've spoken to know that, but we've also got urban issues with our environment, and we need to strengthen some of those things as well. And our urban rivers, our urban, air quality. Yeah, I've gone on a bit there, but in saying this, all of this consideration that I've done is me doing my job. I wanted to support this RPS because my constituencies that I've been representing here want to see some of the actions taken in what we've got in the regional policy statement. But my job is also to not put good money after bad. And I want to work with the government to try and figure out a solution, but it's not in the current way forward.
Sorry, Councillor Ward.
Firstly, we need to listen to our communities. I acknowledge all the work that our staff and our CEO have done on this, something we can all be proud of. We talk about what our communities want, both urban and rural, and I know my community of South Canterbury, who I represent, want this paused. I echo the comments of Councillor Mackenzie, and Karakia and Swigs. We need to pause this. We've had TAs from our communities that we represent, and they want us to pause it too. And for this reason, I'm happy to adopt 3A. I know government has changed the rules, the EMA, RMA, and we're facing big changes around consenting and compliance, as Councillor Swigs has just indicated. We all need to consider this. And we need to also think about the fact we shouldn't throw good money after bad. So I support 3A.
Councillor Southworth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really big day and really sad day to be having to not be notifying or considering not notifying our RPS. We've worked on it for over 2 years. It's been flagged as something we need to do for the last 3 or 4. Our current RPS is 10 years old now. We know more about climate risk. We know that we don't have air quality where we want it to be. We know more about hazards. It's so important that we have an up-to-date, functioning, integrated management document for our physical and natural resources. Canterbury has almost 20% of New Zealand's farmed area, 64% of the irrigated area. We have the second largest city, which means that we have some really significant use of natural and physical resources in our region. And for that reason, we really should be making sure that our RPS, our regional policy statement, is up to scratch. Clearly, you can't pull water out of a holistic integrated management of natural physical resources. It's such a fundamental part of what makes the whole system function. The idea that a tiny proportion of our community, bearing in mind we've had 2 sort of broad consultations that helped steer us towards a vision and towards the objectives of our RPS, that went out to wide consultation across our community. And we now seem to have a government that is essentially, as far as I can see it, ruling for a small proportion of people, largely those, it seems to me, who are members of Federated Farmers. Our region has, in the most recent 2023 water quality groundwater report, the maximum concentration of nitrate was 31 milligrams per litre. It hasn't been below 20 milligrams per litre since 2007, and we don't have the data before that in that format, so I haven't been able to look at that. The urban rivers are absolutely not where they want to be. I absolutely agree with you, Councillor Swigs. That's why we need a good regional policy statement that identifies and directs people, our cities and urban areas, towards blue-green infrastructure so that we can address those issues as well. In terms of, there are 1 or 2 things to address, which Councillor Mackay, I think, raised. We know perfectly well that there's never a simple address 1 or 2 things when it comes to these plans. And it takes time, energy, cost to do that. And so why not just put out for consultation and go through the notification process, get the genuine input from the full community, not just from the handful that have been advocating and pushing and influencing us through this process of developing, when the majority of our community haven't actually seen this RPS, and we're looking at parking it before we put it out to everybody, which seems to me enormously unfair. And I get that the government's put us in this position, but there is an ambiguity. We've been told there's an ambiguity in this, and I think we should be testing it. And so for that reason, I do not support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Southworth. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, this is really disturbing that we have to go down this track of considering an option that's going to pause something that we've been working on for such a long time. The staff, together with our communities, in terms of the engagement process that we've gone through, have developed a really innovative regional policy statement. It's changing the direction about the how we actually look at our environment, dealing with air, water, and land issues, dealing with the integration of factors like Mihi, really focusing on the environment and how we can manage the landscape a lot better. And I just think that, personally, I think that we should reject this pausing process. It is a bit of a delaying tactic. I get the impression that the government really haven't thought things through very much. And we're obviously immense ambiguity in the advice that we're getting from the government, as well as in terms of the conflict about what we've developed, which is something really positive. I was looking at the options that we've got to consider, the other options that we're considering. All of them have costs, all of them have some risks. And this, if we reject this and pause this, we could equally be faced with a judicial review. But I kind of agree with Councillor Southworth, who suggests that we've only been engaging with a selected amount of people in our community through the Schedule 3 and Schedule 4A process. And we do need to put it out to the wider community. And I think the wider community need to actually be able to have a look for themselves, comment back to us, and really make sure that all of us are involved in that process. For me, our RPS follows our strategic direction that we've now had in place for over 5 years. It's a strategic direction that delivers for the future, and it seeks to make sure that our environment, our economy, our society are all improving, and it's not just one element of our society either. And the odd thing is that the RPS, in the management process, or the objectives that we've got, are actually providing a better way forward for land use activity. And I really don't know why the MPS freshwater seems to be such a problem. We do have to look at the integrated management of water and land, no matter what it's called. And I really think that it's important that we do go forward on this. I have suggested that I was going to flag an amendment to Resolution 3D. Part of that was basically being able to keep the momentum going, not only with the RPS, but also run in parallel with an engagement with the government during a consultation process while it's out for notification. so they come together at the end, as Councillor Burns is suggesting, through discussion on the draft, through a submission hearing process, and out of that the timeframes seem to be pretty much in parallel with each other. So look, I definitely can't support 3A, and I think it would be a mistake for us to do that. So really that's all I've got to say, Chair. This is sad day.
Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is a pretty hard decision for people. But I think it's time at this point in time to put our personal opinions and our political views aside, because we speak for the people of Canterbury, and we've spent a lot of money to this point in time. And in my opinion, we should pause spending money until we consider what the landscape looks like. In any other organisation that I've been involved in, that's what you do. You wouldn't push on. The advice that I sought from Andrew and Lisa when they were there was, what else could change to affect the RPS? And there's plenty of things that could change. The one that I'm pretty concerned about is the MPS highly productive land, because I think that's causing us significant problems in the TAs. The TAs in my area don't want us to progress. They are concerned about the effect that's going to have on them. And I see people smiling at me when I say that, but there's 40% of the area of Canterbury that those three small TAs control. And they know the effect that this will have on them unless we get certainty. You know, my advocacy role in this is one of pragmatism. We need to be pragmatic here. We need to put our political views aside, as I said before, and our personal opinions aside, and look to do what's right. And what's to do right, what we should be doing right by our ratepayers is making sure that we're judicious when we spend their money. And I think that progressing from this point in time is not a judicious decision on our behalf. I was, like others, happy to go to the Minister, but I think there's enough uncertainty that exists in my mind right now that I would support A. So thank you.
Councillor East.
Thank you. I'll be reasonably brief. I support the comments that have been made by people in support of 3A, and I too am speaking in support of that motion. I'd also like to acknowledge the huge amount of work that staff have done on the RPS to date. However, we have heard clear advice and of a significant degree of ambiguity in the outcome of legislation. So in my mind, adopting anything other than 3A signals a resolution that is in direct conflict with government direction. I'd like to just focus perhaps a little bit on costs. Claire indicated that a lot of the funding on this project is borrowed money, but it is money that we are spending on behalf of ECAN. There will be an ongoing need to acknowledge that debt and deal with it appropriately. I note in this morning's paper the City Council was sweating over 8.75% rate increase, and we're talking of provisionally 15%. So I think we need to be seen to be responsible in terms of not only our decision making, but also spending ECAN money unnecessarily. I'm not sure of the quantum of money that could be expended from here on in if we continued on that process, but it looks pretty much to me that if we continue spending money on it and the outcomes are hugely different, it's money that we just effectively wasted. Councillor Edge made the comment that it's difficult to pause something when we've been working on it for some time. And I agree entirely. You know, we put a hell of a lot of work into this RPS, but in my mind. It's probably one of the most, if not the most important document that this council will progress and eventually pass. So my final comment, do it once, do it right.
Any other councillors wish to speak? I mean, and I'm allowing this to happen because I think it's such a significant issue that we're almost got there anyway in terms of councillors. Councillor Cranwell, you wish to speak? Councillor Davies, do you wish to speak?
Look, I support the officer recommendation 3B, but in hearing the position of other councillors, I'm willing to support 3A. Because to me, to push ahead carte blanche or with non-freshwater components, we're forgetting our fundamental role as a regional council. First and foremost, our mandate and authority come directly from legislation, and we operate within those bounds. We are to Parliament what Parliament is to the Crown. To pursue 3C or D and fragment our statement into freshwater and non-freshwater components would not only cost our ratepayers significantly, but would undermine the integrated approach taken. I hear the arguments of Councillor Burns, Robinson, Southworth, but we're not on an even playing field. This isn't about lacking ambition or accepting delay, it's about responsible governance and prudence. 3C and D would be putting ideology ahead of our statutory role and our fiscal responsibility to Canterbury.
Councillor Diche, would you like to speak? No worries if you don't. Councillor Cranwell.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Helen. Councillor Diche, would you like to speak?
No, I'm
Okay.
fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cranwell. Kia ora tātou. First, acknowledge the staff for all the mahi that has gone into the RPS and getting it ready to be notified. We have heard the frustrations from councillors who are for and against this option. Therefore, it is a dark day. It is a dark day for Environment Canterbury, that we are even here today contemplating options regarding the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. Today should be a day of celebration. That was to notify the entire Canterbury Regional Policy Statement as intended. This current coalition government, once again, is overreaching into regional government and local democratic processes. This is a complete democratic override of local decision-making. The government, through a letter from the Minister for the Environment saying, "Do it our way or we will intervene." This draft RPS has been developed to be holistic and integrated kia ora ki tai, whole of environment management plan, this being one of its core principles. Environment Canterbury showed leadership in developing this RPS alongside their tiriti o Waitangi partners, ka Papatupu Marae o Waitaha, who are all rurally based. As we heard at Toroputuia, the Papatipu Runaka there supported 3C. However, at the Hui Iwi, I received a strong message from the Peninsula, Irakehu Hapu, that they supported 3D. We've also heard today that there has been community engagement with two campaigns, What's Our Future Canterbury and Let's Pick a Path. There's also been Scheduled 1, Clause 3 consultation with statutory partners and key stakeholders, and more recently, the further consultation with Papatipu Runanga and iwi authorities. This is even before notifying. However, we need to give all the people of Waitaha a chance to have a say, not delay
and only those with lobbyists in government to have a say. As we have heard, there is some ambiguity in the RPS, which is subject to amended legislation. As we also have heard, the RPS, including freshwater components of the RPS, has a wider purpose as set out at section 59 of the RMA. Integrated management. Kia te kitai, and that's what this RPS was about. It's funny, we hear the hierarchy of water, we hear of Te Mana o Te Wai. I'd just like to go back. Canterbury Water Management Strategy, the role of the strategy, how the strategy was developed. And we've heard that mayors from around the region are having issues. CWMS, Management Strategy. The Mayoral Forum has provided overall leadership for the project. A multi-stakeholder steering group has supervised the preparation of the strategy. Fundamental principles have been developed to underpin the strategy. First order priorities: environment, customary use, community supplies, and stock water. Now, if I move on to the hierarchy of water, which was established as part of the framework to be used in the use and allocation of fresh water, the hierarchy emphasises that first priority is to safeguard the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems, the environment. So I find it funny that we hear that Rururi and also from councils that they're having issues with the hierarchy of water when Canterbury has been using should have been using first order priorities, which included the environment. But as we know from the 20th of October, that unfortunately Te Mana o Te Wai and the hierarchy of water has been taken out of resource consents. So that's a sad day also for our waterways. So I'm just, like Councillor Mackenzie, just finding my notes. Yeah, no, that's all right. So after that, so I'll just reiterate, with, I suppose, the hierarchy of water taken out, with with this government proposing loosening regulations on land uses, which would turn the clock back on improved water quality and water quantity. Outcomes, we just need to see what is happening. We just need to see what's happening down in Waihole. We had a deputation from Waihole Runanga talking about nitrates in waterways. What is happening down for the Waihole Marae, no drinking water from their taps, from Glen Avey, and also from the Waimate district with increased nitrates in drinking and groundwater. Is that a future we want to see? I feel if we relax regulations and we can't set direction through the RPS, that is a future that we and our children will see throughout Waitaha. The other areas where the RPS could help is also with Otu Wharikai. Otu Wharikai is sitting there and we know the lakes are nearly to flip. Without a set priorities and direction, it's going to be harder to make those improvements. Once again, I feel we're seeing economic drivers riding over our environmental outcomes. Just my final message to Simmons, Brown, Bishop, Macleay, stay out of local decision making. You all talk about saving money, so after telling ORC to stop after 5 years of consultation and $18 million, and now telling us to stop after 3 years, and I'll say this with a bit of guesswork, 10 million, leave it to us. Leave it to the people of Waitaha to decide the direction for Waitaha and set the priorities. Once I said again, once again, economic is winning over the environment. As I said, it's a dark day for Waitaha. I'll grieve for our waterways and our biodiversity if this option is carried. E ka aua, rere mai I ka mauka, tai atu ki te taku tai moana, nei te mihi aroha ki ngā aua, e rere, e rere, e rere. I will not be supporting 3A. Nei te mihi. We don't need that, Councillor Korako, please. Kia ora, everybody.
That is a point of order.
What one?
Making a comment about, I'll go and get my box, I'll give you the number, Craig, if you like.
Yeah, look, I think we can.
Yeah,
move
I
on.
know.
I'm just going to say we don't need comments like that. So thank you.
I withdraw it.
Well, I want to have my say, please. Look, thank you, councillors, and thank you, staff, for all the work that's been undertaken here. Look, for me, if I had my way, I came back onto this council and I stood on this platform of reviewing and updating our regional plans and policy statements, because I saw that that was the way that we could help our next generation with our environmental outcomes that we wanted to see across the region. So if I had my way, I'd say, yeah, leave it to us and let's notify this plan. But I can see that there's a lot of issues out there. But I will push back on councillors that have said that that option A is the most prudent option. It isn't. Look at section 37 of the paper. That's not what it says. That's not the advice from staff. The advice from staff is to push forward with talking to the minister, and that's the most pragmatic option. Option A does have costs associated with it if you read the paper. So I would compel councillors to think about that when they vote on this matter, and give us a chance to do the pragmatic thing and look at other options that allow this work that we've done to be enacted, because I trust the process of hearings and of evidence and of debate within hearings. I don't trust so much just the political way that things are done. So I have immense trust in that. And I have an immense trust in the work that our council has done with our communities right around the region. The processes under the RMA that allow the Schedule 3A and 4A consultation with those key parties. That has been done, and we have a plan and a policy statement that pulls all that together, and I trust that process. And I do think it is interesting about the one plan for the region that Councillor Swiggs brought up, hence why I think it is important to have the kōrero with the minister and with government. Because the amendment that they passed wasn't about RPSs, it was about freshwater, the freshwater policy statement. So I think there's enough ambiguity in there to push forward. And I would say that for me, the most important thing here is he aha te kai o te rangatira he kōrero. So I assume that everyone around this table considers themselves to be a rangatira in this matter, and the most important thing is to continue the conversation with the minister. So that's where I'm sitting. But hey, the votes will be what they are when we cast the vote. After I go back to Councillor Mackay, if she wants to have the last say, and we'll see where that falls. But like I said, if I had my way, I would say let's carry on, do our work that we've been put here to do, the work that we have done really well. I'm proud of the work we've done, and I hope that we can notify. Kia ora. Claire.
Sorry, does the seconder get a reply as well?
Only if they didn't choose to speak at the start,
okay.
As I understand it.
Rightio. Thank you, Chair. And look, I do want to acknowledge all those councillors that have spoken, and particularly those that have spoken against this and the passion that they've showed. So I do want to acknowledge that. I just want to remind us, and we shouldn't need reminding, but we here at Canterbury Regional Council and councillors and staff take our responsibilities as a regulator extremely seriously. And being compliant with legislation actually is also one of the things that we need to do. So I am a little bit disturbed by several councillors' views around perhaps not being willing to be compliant with legislation. Using ambiguity as one of the excuses or a potential lever seems to be very light, a light lever in my view. I do just want to acknowledge the comment around loss of momentum. I am quite sure, and we heard from Andrew Parrish from planning, that the momentum will keep going around what we need to do in the planning environment and to meet the long-term plan. The work to improve our environment from our staff that do work on the ground won't stop, nor will that of those people in the rural or urban communities. That is still going to happen. Just remember that we are one of the regional councils with the most constraining, or strongest, I should probably use that word in a more positive way, the strongest land and water regulations around land use. So I have confidence in that. I do believe in doing it once and doing it right. Like Chair Pauling, I trust the RMA process and independent commissioners to make sound decisions on any future hearing, and it will occur. There will be a hearing around the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, or a new one, but it must be aligned and considered under the proposed NPSs, which we know we've got 14 that are looking to be changed and 7 new ones to be introduced. Who knows whether that will be final. But the signal is that that will be in the next 12 months. So this is not about delaying forever. This is about pausing it. And it could occur before the 12 months expires. I think I've said enough, Chair.
Kia ora. So we'll put this to the vote.
Division, please.
Yep, I think that's probably going to be pretty necessary. Oh, true. Sorry. We've just reached our 2-hour limit, sorry, so we just have to do a resolution to extend the time. Councillor Cranwell moved that. Councillor Burns seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you.
Aye.
So, division, yeah, we'll just get that ready up here. So just to be clear, when we go around to vote, a yes vote is to support the resolution to pause, and a no vote would be against that to move to other options.
Councillor Cranwell.
Kaore.
Councillor Robinson. Councillor Davies. Councillor Burns.
No.
Councillor Edge.
Against.
Councillor Ward.
Yes.
Councillor Mackay. Councillor Karakia. Councillor Southworth.
Against.
Councillor Diche.
Councillor Sunkel, we just might need to mute your microphone just for a second, thanks.
Councillor Diche.
Against.
Councillor Swiggs.
For.
Councillor Scott. Councillor McKenzie.
For.
Councillor East.
For.
Councillor Sunkel.
For.
Chair Pauline.
Kauri. Against. The motion's carried 9 for, 7 against. And we'll break for lunch. Kia ora. We'll come back at 1:05. Thank you.
There's no ambiguity, but there's ambiguity on what's
So we've got just one item to finish from the last paper. There was resolution number 4 that we have to pass.
Yeah, I'll move that, Chair.
Move that, Chair. So that's approves in principle staff to take the necessary actions to implement the options selected. So we're just waiting for Petraea to bring that up on screen.
I'll take that back. I won't move it.
Oh, you have to. Well, I don't have a seconder at the moment anyway, so look, I'll move that. Do I have a seconder for this resolution? This is just in relation to our last point. Councillor Mackenzie. Any discussion on this? I don't think so. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against?
Aye.
It's okay. You want to abstain, Councillor Burns? Yep. You're against it, Councillor Cranwell. Thank you. And you're abstaining or against? Against. Councillor Robinson. Thank you.
Can I have that noted, please?
Yep. So yeah, Cranwell and Robinson against. Yep. Cool. So that finishes 8.2, and we.
Just make a point about 8.2. It's unfortunate, or fortunate, whatever way you like, that A got adopted, because it sort of closes the door to have a conversation with central government about what's going on. And I still think there's some value in that. I don't know how you would organise that, Chair, but I think we sort of dropped off a cliff there, and we didn't get that opportunity. So I'll leave that in your hands, but that's just my thought on that.
Yeah, well, I actually still think that we should be looking at plan changes to do the good things from the RPS to get them into thing, but that doesn't seem like that's going to happen. So it is what it is. Councillor Reid, you got a question?
I was just going to support Councillor Scott's suggestion that it's somewhere in the pipeline that we do run this past our RPS, past the government or the Ministry for the Environment, and just see what they think. I think we might have been just a bit too rash, but anyway, that's me.
Oh, I'm sure councillors knew that when what they voted for, so too bad. Councillor Burns.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question, but surely that it's excluded. We can't do that because it's been very clear in the resolution.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I agree. It's pretty much closed the door on it. But yeah, I tried to say that. But anyway, no one was listening. But it's all good. Let's carry on. 8.3 is our next item, and this is in relation to Plan Change 8 in terms of the impact of that same amendment on our plan change there. So I've got Andrew and Zella to introduce this. So over to you guys.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm pleased to bring you this paper today around Plan Change 8. Plan Change 8.
Andrew, can you tilt that towards you? Because yeah, I think that'd be better. Thank you.
Kia ora. Plan Change 8 has quite a long gestation. Its genesis comes from the Aotearoa Water Action Cloud Ocean Supreme Court case, which restricted the council's ability to change the use of water. Since that point in time, council has resolved to progress a plan change to address those change in use issues, but also looked at some other urgent changes to the land and water plan, including some restrictions around intensification of predominantly dairy farms and dairy support, as well as some quite progressive rules to make the development of constructed wetlands easier, in fact, as a permitted activity. Plan Change 8 is impacted in a very similar way to the way the Regional Policy Statement is impacted by the Government's Resource Management Act Amendment. Resource Management Amendment Act. Aroha mai. Again, similar to the last paper that you considered, we have 3 different options. We've got an option around pausing the development of Plan Change 8 until January 2026. Engage with the Minister for the Environment to clarify if there's a pathway available to notify Plan Change 8 prior to January 2026. That's option B. Option C, progress towards notifying Plan Change 8 as previously intended. That will be an early 2025 notification once the council has considered their Clause 3 feedback made by your community and released a final draft of Plan Change 8 to our iwi partners under Clause 4A of the Resource Management Act. I'd like to take the rest of the paper as read. I welcome any questions.
Cool, thank you, Andrew. Any questions from councillors? Yep, Councillor Swiggs.
Can you just make it, thanks for the paper, Andrew, and thanks for your time on this. Can you explicitly tell us which parts of Plan Change 8 would give effect to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater 2020?
In much the same way that RPS has to consider it when it's being developed, we've had to consider the NPSFM 2020 as we've been developing Plan Change 8, but it doesn't have limits, targets, and hasn't been through the National Objectives Framework. So conceptually, it looks at the policy settings rather than the steps that the community would have gone through for the NPSFM.
I think there might be one other element that is important to add in there, and that is around the restrictions that we have around dairy farming and dairy support. Now, they weren't developed necessarily to give effect to the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, but there is a link between the National Environmental Standard on Freshwater and the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. And because the restrictions on dairy farming come directly from the National Environmental Standard for Freshwater, there could be a stronger argument of that link around those elements of Plan Change 8 compared to the other elements of Plan Change 8.
Other questions from councillors? Yeah, Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks, staff. Andrew, you just said that this Plan Change 8 report is, one of you, said, in fact, I don't think it was you, Andrew, that Plan Change 8 is impacted in the same way as the previous report we had on the draft regional policy statement. And my question is, the word ambiguity was used relatively liberally across the previous report. It doesn't seem to be as liberal in this one. Is there a reason for that?
Plan Change 8 is pretty obviously a freshwater planning instrument. There's no wriggle room on that one.
Any other questions, councillors? No, it doesn't look like it. Thanks, Andrew and Zella. I think we've had a lot of discussion on the previous matter, so that's that. So we've got our resolutions here, which we've got a noting one like we had before, and then the consideration one like before. And I'm assuming, based on the previous discussions, that 3A might be the one that we would move. So I'm happy to do that. If I have a seconder for that.
Second that. Are you meaning options one, motions 1, 2, and 3A?
Yep.
Yep. Oh, yeah, second that.
And 4?
Oh, we'll do 4 after. Yeah. So I don't need to say anything. I'm just assuming it's a similar argument as before. But we'll see where this lands. I actually would support option 3 or 2, but happy to put this forward for debate. Jan, do you want to speak?
I'll reserve until the end.
Anyone else want to speak to this? Genevieve?
Every regional council shall have the following functions for the purpose of giving effect to the RMA. Section 30 states that any actual or potential effects on the use of development, the control of the use of land for the purpose of maintenance and enhancement of the quality of water and water bodies, including rivers. A council must also identify and assess the benefits and costs of anticipated environmental, social, cultural and economic effects. As governors of this council, it concerns me that as yet we have not seen a full evaluation of the effects, in particular the changes to the take and use of water in these provisions. Clause 3, Schedule 1 consultation. For this plan change, the limited voice for early consultation includes, of course, mana whenua, but also that of territorial authorities, infrastructure providers, irrigation schemes, farming industry, and just 6 non-governmental organisations, and 3 community interest groups. I believe the risk here is with progressing. I believe this need and the scope of this plan change comes from a desire for increased water abstraction and storage, a desire that seeks to offer choices for some and silence to others. My question to the room would be, what about those people currently in the queue for water? For appropriate purposes, would they be okay with this? Well, some in the community or even in the room may say, we have huge amounts of water here in Canterbury, there's no question. However, that much of this water is already spoken for. This plan change does not address this issue, nor does it address allocation. The water users who benefit are very limited in scope. We don't know how they feel because they have not been integral, the community has not been integral in this conversation. My comment is an absolute no for progression.
Any other councillors want to speak to this? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much. This is an interesting plan that came to us. The substantive part of the plan relates to infrastructure issues around water that primarily affect certainly the Greater Christchurch and issues, but also does impact on other plans that we have in place. And they are outlined in the number 1 of the recommendations as I understand it, which is not showing up there. So I guess my concern is that Plan Change 8 in its entirety does include very clearly some the intensification rules do trigger the freshwater policy, and I would be looking to amend something later on. Perhaps I'll foreshadow that potential amendment, but I will not be supporting a pause on this. I would think that this has enough structure about it to go forward and meet the government exemptions that they've got in there, particularly for the freshwater changes and also the wetland possibly.
Thank you. John is next. Sorry, Grant, did you want to speak to this? Because I saw your hand up before. But I'll go to John.
No, I won't speak.
Okay, cool. John?
No, I won't. Thanks.
Thank you. Where you go, John? Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I do not support A, and I would be in favour of B, with the removal of the intensive grazing parts to it. In my mind, the plan change then sorts out the infrastructure and the issues that are facing our TAs and others and putting in place. There's nothing philosophical in my view. The intensive grazing and the like is already taken care of within the RMA and other processes. So I cannot support 1, but would support A, but I would support B. Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie.
I'm the same as John. I oppose the motion and support option B. The critical part of the PC8, which was to enable, as was the intention of our original land and water plan, a separation of take and use, is critical. And it's not a pro-farming, and it has nothing to do with allocation, actually. It's about giving flexibility of how people operate. And we've already seen around this council table some of the ramifications of not having that provision allowed in terms of urban development as well as in the rural sector. I'm also a supporter of the changes to the wetlands provisions, and that's been a frustration for a lot of our again, rural and semi-rural people who are trying to do the right thing in our environment and get frustrated by consenting processes and costs. And so I support those 2 parts, and I think John is right, checking with the Minister for the Environment to make sure that those first 2 provisions in PC8 she has no objection to. and I suspect that will mean taking out the intensive grazing provisions. And I'll just make the point in terms of taking out the intensive grazing provisions is that when they were brought in, I think this council agreed that we actually already had quite a lot of quite effective intensive winter grazing, intensive farming constraints in place, and that the government direction, the previous government's direction on that was taking away some of the flexibility we had down here in terms of implementing the policy. And we have a land and water plan. We have now consents for most of our intensive farming operations. We have farm environmental plans that are that are audited at the most every 3 years, at the least I should say every 3 years, and the consents to a large extent require not only good management practice, but they also require a reduction in nutrient loss to comply. So the intensive farming provisions in RPC8 caused huge backlash from farming industry, and a question as to why we needed them, given that we had a backstop which actually was more than adequate, and given all the other provisions that we are imposing on landowners. And so I'm against option 1, and I will vote in favour of option 2 should we get that opportunity.
Councillor Burns.
Kia ora. Thanks, Mr Chair. I'm tempted to ask what was in everyone's lunch, because the speed and turnaround of the opinions already, given the previous one to lunch for the draft regional policy statement, it surprises me. The courts were clear, the people who marched in the streets were clear. Now the government has made some of its intentions clear despite ambiguity. Our staff have been clear in that if it's good enough for the RPS, it's good enough for Plan Change 8, so therefore I cannot see how we can possibly support this going through. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Swiggs.
I've actually got a question of clarification for the staff, please. If option 1 was adopted, what is the options we have to address some of these infrastructure challenges that we are currently holding up around the region?
In many cases, the interpretation provided by the Supreme Court, which we are duty-bound to follow, makes many activities a prohibited activity. The meaning of a prohibited activity means that no application can be submitted or accepted by the council. That doesn't provide a pathway. In saying that, our consents team has used every tool in their toolbox to be able to enable some of the infrastructure development to go ahead. What that's meant is that the City Council has given up some of their allocation that they have for community supply to be able to enable some of their infrastructure to go ahead. So while there is a prohibited activity which has stopped things, the consents team has managed to find a relatively nuanced approach, particularly around some of the stormwater consenting issues, but there is always a consequence, and the consequence is that there is less available community supply for the people of Christchurch. Oh, hang on.
In other instances, there's been reworking of design plans, which has made the infrastructure possibly less effective than it could have been, or more expensive than it would have been previously.
Sorry, I mean, this is quite, this is really quite a serious issue to discuss. Is that solution that you've just both mentioned, is that a long-term viable way of doing what we need to do? Or is, I mean, don't know if you can answer that question, but I'm just saying, is that actually an appropriate way, or do we really need this plan change to address those critical infrastructure issues, given the, infrastructure is a big issue at the moment?
I don't think we can properly answer that because it's up to each territorial authority to make their own decisions on that. However, I don't think they are all in the same position as Christchurch is in terms of the availability of water within their supplies.
I might add just a little bit more certainty, not as me as the manager of the planning section for Environment Canterbury, but as a professional planner with now just over 20 years of experience. And I think that the challenge that we're facing here is that the options that are available are not the most efficient and effective options available to address these infrastructure challenges. And therefore, I cannot say that our current plan settings are achieving the outcomes that we're looking for, in my professional view, because they're adding cost and complexity to applications that would fit with our existing regional policy statement and would fit within the direction of the new regional policy statement that you just considered. So when I look at these applications against the higher order documents, I don't think our current plan settings are the most efficient and effective way of achieving that. And that's my professional view, not my view as the planning manager of Environment Canterbury.
Thank you.
Councillor Ward, do you want to speak to this?
Yep. I'm opposed to this motion, and I'd just reiterate everything that Councillor Sucknall, Mackenzie and Mackay have said, but I would quite like to see the removal of the intensive winter grazing provision, because I think given all the current rules and regulations, this is covered off.
Thank you. Any other speakers to this? Vicky?
I'm really between a rock and a hard place on this, because I fully understand the need to have good solutions to manage our urban infrastructure. That was always the priority. That was the reason this came about in the first place. And it was supposed to have all been done and dusted and have a plan change in place by, I think it was the middle of this year. And then somehow things got pushed back and slowed up. And I'm really, really concerned about the take and use part, which could open up water bottling again, provides opportunity for switches in water use that are way beyond what we were originally given the sense of needing. So the original opening was about wash water and dust suppression on farm quarries, which to my mind was the tracks and small scale. And it's hats off to the guys across the table. They've done a really good job at putting in something that I don't think was ever in the original discussions. It's suddenly become a much, much bigger thing, is what I'm sensing, than it was ever intended to be as a quick thing before we went through the fully integrated plan. And I am between a rock and a hard place, as you guys all know. And it's, yeah, I honestly don't know which way to turn on this anymore. And it's a really depressing day. Thanks.
Nope.
Kia ora. I'm exactly the same as the previous speaker, actually, around between a rock and a hard place. And I mean, I'm thinking more of, okay, this is setting the rules. And then the next one part of it is the inclusion, and the next part of it around the Mahanui Iwi management plan. And particularly around, you know, I mean, it's always been an issue. That's one of the reasons why the crusade started in some ways, is about changes in the use of consented water, part of that basis. So I'm not sure yet, actually. I'm going to listen and see, you know, where this is going to take us.
Dan?
Thanks for letting me clarify those questions before, because I think to me that's one of the most critical parts to this for what I want to see out of it. Obviously, these infrastructure issues are very widespread, and there's a lot of good work that the Christchurch City Council is trying to undertake in the city. I'll just talk about the city because that's what I know about mostly at the moment. The Avon Takaro corridor, with all of those stormwater infrastructure pieces of work that's going on down there, absolutely critical. And the pathway to do that work is incredibly difficult. and I know it is costing a heck of a lot more money. And I'm really challenged by the thought that we're creating extra complexities and costing more money in that ecosystem. Stormwater retention basins are another one. Yes, the council could utilise some of the community water supply, but in my opinion, that's not a long-term sustainable solution. Here I am sort of also thinking in my mind consistency of my decision-making, and I kind of think that I might have made a inconsidered decision before, but at the same time, this one is quite different because it does focus on some of the tangible solutions that actually are making the planning framework difficult. And I bring my mind to the constructed wetlands piece. Now, I've been very clear for a very long time that when I read that report, there was some very easy, or not easy, but some straightforward changes that we could make to allow farmers to do the right thing on their farms by constructing wetlands, doing those or creating those outcomes that we want to see. You know, it's in our higher order policies that we want to see some of these, you know, wetlands constructed and water outcomes and those things on farmland. So I'm actually inclined to go for to vote against this and look at option 3B purely because some of these perverse outcomes for the infrastructure in our city, when infrastructure is the big focus of what's going on around the whole country, is weighing heavily on my decision making here.
Cool. Councillor East.
Probably just a question for staff in terms of pending moves by government, particularly around the removal of intensification, intensive grazing position. Would that advance an outcome to deal with the taken in use of water if that other option has been resolved reasonably quickly?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, there was going to be a suggestion that we talked about the removal of the intensive grazing options as signalled by government, and I'm just asking the question if that sort of is an action that government are working with, and option A was passed, would there be a possibility of resolving PC8 earlier than January 26?
There's a kind of bit of multifaceted answer. So the Government RM Amendment Act changes included changes to the provisions relating to intensive winter grazing. This is a topic that we're intending to bring back to you when we looked at the policy settings for Plan Change 8, probably in the new year at this rate. If we chose to remove the intensive winter grazing and agricultural intensification, or if you chose to remove those parts of PC8 at this point in time, we would still need to go to the Minister for an exemption for the other parts. So it might speed things up or it might not. It's a bit difficult to tell until we get that feedback from the government.
Greg, have you got a question?
Yeah, I've got a question. It's something that Councillor Karakia mentioned in the previous report discussion. My question is that we know Ngāi Tahu has lodged a statement of claim in the High Court seeking recognition of rangatiratanga over its awa moana to address the ongoing degradation caused by the environmental mismanagement. Do you see any conflict between what's being proposed here and what may come of mana whenua applying for rangatiratanga?
I don't especially have a view on what Ngāi Tahu is doing in terms of their rangatiratanga case. The role that I have at Environment Canterbury, and Zella has within our team, is to set a regulatory framework that achieves the purpose of the RMA and the higher order documents. What I've tried to outline today is that there are parts of Plan Change 8 that are designed to give better effect to the purpose of the Resource Management Act and those higher order documents. In fact, all of Plan Change 8 is deliberately designed to give better effect to the purpose of the RMA and higher order documents. But we have not considered the Rangatiratanga case. What we have done is engaged extensively with mana whenua, with the Papatipu Runanga, through the development of PC8, as is our just standard planning practice.
Have you got a question, Peter, or you want to speak to it?
Just a question while I'm here at the table, Chair. So a question going around in my mind, Andrew, is will the issues that we're trying to solve with pushing PC8 the way we are get solved naturally through some of the changes that may occur during next year? Have you got knowledge of that? Or is there still some need to get on and do the things we need to do as per what Vicky has said before?
I don't know what's going to come through in terms of the changes to the RMA next year. What I can say, though, is that if a change comes through in national direction, the thing that actually matters, the thing that sets the activity status, that's our plans. Our plans are the utility that does that. And unless there's something that comes through that national direction that takes away our functions under the Resource Management Act set in Section 30, and I don't have any visibility of that, if there are problems with our current planning framework, this is the fastest and most efficient way of fixing it.
Thank you. I think... I got a question? Yep.
Thanks, Andrew. Just a question regarding the infrastructure and the use of community water that you mentioned earlier for the City Council and the likes. Just so I can understand that whole concept, is it under the Local Government Act, subpart 2, 130, that they can do that? Do you know? Because when I look under it, it does actually say they can use water for community supply for things like infrastructure if it's council owned. So I'm just wondering if that is the clarity that is provided.
My understanding, and this is the City Council's concern that I've heard, so it's second hand, is that the City Council has thought carefully as part of their asset management planning as to how much water they need for that community supply. They didn't anticipate needing to use that water to augment groundwater interception in stormwater basins. And therefore, there is a concern by the City Council that there will be insufficient water in their community supply to do the things, namely drinking water for the city, but also some other parts in terms of sport field maintenance. There won't be enough water to do that in the long term, and that's the concern of the City Council.
Cool. I think that's all the questions and all the people that wanted to speak to this. Just before we move on, I've just been talking to the governance team. What we might need to do, because I assume that the same rationale that we used before would be used for this one, hence why I moved it to maybe try to save some time. That's my error, potentially. But what we need to do is, because if this doesn't pass, which, who knows where it will fall, then 1 and 2 would be in jeopardy. So if Councillor Cranwell was okay, and if the rest of the council's okay, could we move and pass 1 and 2 first, do that, and then we'll move back to 3A, have the vote on 3A, and then if that passes, it passes. If it doesn't, we'll move to another option. Are people happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
So we'll just move 1 and 2 in total. So I'll move that, and Councillor Cranwell, if you're happy to second that. Cool. Do we need any discussion on that? No. So all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Aye. That's carried. Thank you. Now we can move back to 3A, and I think we've had our debate on that. Do you want to speak at the end? Sorry, Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora tātou. After hearing from the staff and councillors on the On this issue and the last issue, I believe that pausing the development of PCH until January 2026 is the only viable option. I feel if we go forward with PC8, it would be hypocritical of this council and councillors, as we have just paused the RPS as it relates to the MPS Freshwater. The councillors who are against this option need to think why they voted down the RPS and why they have reversed their decision. As we know, and we've heard before, that Ngāi Tahu have a statement of claim in the courts over the rangatiratanga of Freshwater, and therefore pausing PC8 and waiting for the outcome of that case would be supported, as Councillor Korako emphasised in the last paper. I hope this option is voted for to show that this council is consistent with its decision making and show that councillors are not just thinking about economic outcomes. Kia ora. Councillor Cranwell, let's put this to the vote. Yep,
Thank you.
happy to do that. Just give us a moment while we get there. We good? Okay, you ready to go? Cool.
Councillor Swiggs?
Oh, so just to clarify, a vote yes would pause it, and a vote no would move to other options. Yep.
No.
Councillor Cranwell?
Ida. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Edge?
No.
Councillor McKenzie?
No.
Councillor Ward?
No.
Councillor Robinson? Councillor East?
No.
Councillor Karako?
Oh.
Councillor Sunkel?
No.
Councillor Burns?
Yes.
Councillor Davies?
Yes.
Councillor Southworth?
Yes.
Councillor Mackay?
No.
Councillor Scott? Chair Pauline?
Yes.
Councillor Diche?
Yes.
So the motion is lost, against 947. So we need to move to another option. Do I have a mover? Yep, Councillor Ward.
I would move B.
Thanks, John. Councillor Ward's moved it. You can happily second it though if you want. Yeah,
Happy to second.
Cool. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Ward? You don't? Cool. Councillor Sunkel, do you want to speak now or at the end?
Possibly at the end.
Cool. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chair. We always talk about perverse responses to anything that goes on in here. There is some logic to asking the minister for, but I think Councillor Cranwell, I thought eloquently put it last time. We have to show consistency in the way that we go on things. I think the last report was very clear, and chopping and changing to suit our interests doesn't look good. I want to be able to go to Tuahiwi and look Tania in the eye or Tamaiti. So, yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Mackay.
Look, I'm going to support this as an option. I would possibly even foreshadow an amendment, but maybe it's not necessary at this point in time. I think this is a separate decision-making process from the previous agenda item, and I take my responsibility sitting at this table as governance very seriously. I've considered this. I know for a fact that over the whole region, the impacts that staff are trying to address, and that council table's trying to address in PC8, particularly around the infrastructure and use of water, does definitely cause issues. And and some of them are stopping things progressing. So I'm very happy to support it. I would perhaps foreshadow a motion that I would like to include that we change the wording in that motion, subject to the mover and the seconder being agreeable, to notify Plan Change 8 without the intensification rules prior to January 2026. So it's going to the Minister without the intensification rules.
As that's an amendment, you want to put that amendment?
Could I just get some direction around the process? Do we...
I think with an amendment, what I understand is, if we've got a mover and second for that, we'll take it first.
Yep.
If it passes...
And then it goes back to the substantive, is that correct?
Yeah, if it fails, it goes back to what it was. If it's not, it becomes the substantive. I think is that correct?
So could you perhaps just check with the mover and seconder?
Yeah, so, and or if Councillor Ward and Councillor Sunkel are happy, it can go in. Yep. Cool, you're happy. Councillor Sunkel, are you happy?
I'm comfortable, although I would have thought staff might have brought that option back when they'd worked it up, but it's comfortable at this point. Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Edge, have you got a question? Or just trying to figure out why your hands up?
Yeah, just a question of process, really. I would have thought we had to consider the original option without this and then propose an amendment.
No, I have consulted. Sorry, Grant. Well, I have consulted the governance team. There's two ways to do it. You can take it as a separate amendment, but we'd have to take it first. So regardless, that would go up. Or if the mover and seconder is happy, it can go through. So that's what governance has told me. So that's all good.
Okay, well, I don't have a question, but it's changed my view.
Yeah, anyway. Thank you. Councillor Cranwell?
Just a point of clarification with the amendment. Why?
As staff alluded to in the presentation and in the paper, the intensification rules are under the NES Freshwater 2020 and they're inextricably linked to the NPS 2020. So that does seem very clearly a freshwater planning instrument, whereas the freshwater takes, the front part of Plan Change 8, appear to be eligible under the exemptions that have been provided by government.
I understood that the intensification rules were being put in so that we left those decisions until we did the integrated planning and over the next few years to keep the current rules in place until then. That's what I understood. So taking them out means that those rules are gone and we don't get that opportunity to look at that, which has potentially got some issues on both sides. But yep, you've put it in. If the mover and seconders put it, are there any other questions for Claire in terms of? Yep, Peter.
My question, just a question of process, Chair, is the fact that if this gets lost, we go back to B.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. All good. Nook, do you have any question or?
It was exactly that.
Oh, cool.
So it's been answered. Thank you.
Cool. Well, actually, can we clarify that? If this is lost, do we go back to B or? Okay, but we'll need a new mover and seconder for B.
So,
okay.
Sorry, point of clarification then. So if that is lost, it goes back to the substantive, does it?
Effectively, yeah, it goes back to option B, but we'll need a new mover and seconder.
Okay.
Yep. Everyone happy with that? Dion?
I just wanted to speak to it, that was all.
You want to speak to it? Cool, yeah, true, because we still are in the debate, so happy if you speak to it. Dion?
Yeah, I'm going to speak against the amendment. I want, if we're going to go to the Minister with Plan Change 8, let's go to the Minister with all of the parts of Plan Change 8. The Minister will tell us which parts don't have a pathway and which parts do have a pathway. I'm not really in I'm not really wanting to chop and change like I did with the RPS. I'm not in the game for chopping and changing at the table here. But my preference would be to do option B. and with the full plan change, and then the minister can tell us which ones and which ones are not.
Cool. Councillor Korako.
Yes, so I want to speak to the amendment, and the reason why I can't support that, and the previous speaker, Councillor Swiggs, is that if we're going to go to the minister, we go with everything. The other part of it is that under the Mahanui management plan, it's very clear actually about nutrient management and intensification rules, and basically rural land use. Intensive rural land use is having unacceptable effects on water quality and quantity as well. So does that mean also, if that's the case, can I move that we actually take that amendment out and go back to this substantive?
Look, I think the best thing to do, not would be put it to the vote and then get on with it. But Councillor Ward or Councillor Mackay, would you like to remove it?
If that is part of a process and it's causing angst, I would be prepared to move that amendment. But yeah, it's just making sure that we're doing the following process. And
yep.
Councillor Ward and Sunkel were okay, that's fine.
Yep. Can I just consult with the staff here? So we'll just have a... check if Councillor Ward and Councillor Sunkel are happy for it to be removed, then it will be removed. Councillor Ward?
I am happy that it be removed.
I'm happy too, because I was just about to ask that question.
Cool, sweet. So let's do that. Cool. So we're back to the original option. Just trying to, like those that have spoken, you've spoken. Are there anyone else that wants to speak to this? Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue when we go to the government is for advice will be around the intensification rules. And to go to Councillor Karako's point is that we have rules, processes and auditing processes in place to protect the environment from any change in intensification rules. So that's not the issue. But they are the ones within PC8 that trigger, as Councillor Swiggs I think said, a government reaction. And I just want to cite an example of why we need the first part of Plan Change 8 to be done, and that is to take in use. And that was
Ian, can I just check? I think you already spoke earlier in the debate. So
I spoke against the first motion. I haven't spoken for this motion.
True. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Karen. I've just got lots of notes here.
In response to this council's direction wanting freight put on rail, a consortium of Ashburton businessmen applied for consents to put in a railhead at the new industrial site at Fairton. That was delayed for nearly 6 or 8 months trying to get consents at a cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that was to do with the arbour rules, trying to work around the arbour rules. Now, eventually they've got most of the consents, as I understand it, and maybe 1 or 2 consents still outstanding. But this goes to the comments that Councillor Swiggs was making around Christchurch, is that we shouldn't be party to putting in place consenting conditions for what are sensible environmental outcomes for this region to make consent applications expensive, delayed and complex, when in fact there's no good environmental outcomes came out of that process. And not every municipality around the Canterbury region has spare water to be able to transfer to dewatering processes. So, you know, this isn't just a pro-farming or a pro-water bottling decision. This is actually about enabling Canterbury economy to move ahead, and it's critical that PC8, that those parts of PC8 go ahead as quickly as we can.
Thanks, Ian, and sorry about that. I just was confused with the last one. So, John, I see you've got your hand up, but you can speak at the end because you're the seconder. So, unless it's a question, just checking.
No, happy to wait.
Okay, cool. Councillor Edge?
Yeah, I'm certainly happy with putting in the B, wasn't happy with the amendment. And I mean, part of this is that it allows for engagement with the Minister for the Environment to clarify the pathway. Obviously, there are some good parts of PC8. I'm particularly interested in the wetland issue, and also in the future, the potential for created wetlands that act as stormwater retention in a situation of climate change, where the frequency and intensity of rainfall events has really bad consequences for our environment. So whether or not that can be considered to the future, I'm not sure. But anyway, I'll probably be supporting this option.
Kia ora. Anyone else wish to speak to this option? Genevieve?
I've actually just got a general comment, if that's okay. I am actually asking a question of legal counsel regarding, if that's okay, regarding financial interests. No, I am concerned that an exemption hasn't been asked, and it's in breach of Section 6 of the pecuniary interest.
Can we just adjourn for a second? Sorry, Councillor Robinson. I just got to check whether we can even do this. I don't even know if we can do this.
Yes, we can. Well, no one else has.
Now, Councillor Robinson, can you clarify what you wanted to say?
For any future decisions, I just wanted to make sure, the clarity on particular reasons we can discuss or vote on certain things. But we're going to have some information on that coming up in the future. And I just sought clarification. Thank you. So, just a note on that would be good. A secretarial note, please.
So what the matter is just if there's any issues in the future, not so much with this decision, but it's more the notification or the approval of a plan in future, like we had for the PC7. That's what I think's been asked about, any interest and stuff. So are you happy with that, Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, that's good, but it was notably pecuniary interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, Councillor Burns.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but I'm just trying to clarify that. So, Councillor Robinson, are you suggesting there are some who are making pecuniary gain or have consents that could benefit out of the decisions made?
I don't think we need to debate it. I mean, Genevieve's got a concern. She's raised it. It's been raised. We're trying to just note that so that we can move on. But I don't think we should debate it around the table. It's been raised. It doesn't totally affect this decision because we're not approving the plan. We're asking to whether we can engage with the Minister on whether we can find a pathway for the plan. We're not approving the plan. So it doesn't relate to this particular decision. But it's been raised. Genevieve's got the right to raise it. She's raised it. We'll have a look at it and then go from there. Councillor Mackenzie?
It seems to me that if we're raising a note around pecuniary interests as a potential conflict of interest, we should also include predetermination in that same note.
Yep, happy to do that. I think that's fine. Yep, thanks, Ian. All good? Can we move on, please? So, anyone else want to speak on the debate around this, for or against, on this motion? No one? I'd just like to say that being consistent with my previous one, I'm actually going to support option C because I think we should just get on with this and do it ourselves. So I don't support this. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. And against?
Division, please.
Division.
Aye.
Yep, let's have a division.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Southworth.
Support.
Councillor Ward. Aye. Councillor Sunkle.
For.
Councillor Swiggs.
For.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Edge.
For.
Chair Pauline.
I'm against. Thanks.
Councillor Cranwell.
Called it.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Diche.
Against.
Councillor East.
For.
Councillor Davies.
Yes.
Councillor Burns.
Against.
Councillor Karako.
Aye.
Councillor Mackay.
Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. 11 votes for, 5 against. And we've got Resolution 4 to pass as well. So that's just the following up one there. So that's, just go back up. Approves in principle staff to take the necessary actions to implement the action. Do I have a mover? Yeah, Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Swiggs. Done any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against?
Aye.
Yep. So Greg, you're against or abstain? Sorry. Well, you tell me because it's not my vote. Abstain. Okay. Cool. Okay, just Taiho.
Yep.
So Greg, you're abstain. Councillor Robinson. Yep.
I'm against.
Against.
Noted, please.
Yep. Any others? Okay, cool. So 3 against that want to be recorded. Burns, Robinson, and Cranwell. Thank you. Let's move on. We've got 9.1. That's on page 73 of your papers, and that's our council resolution status report. Call David to the table. Thank you, David. David.
Kia ora koutou, i ngā kaikorehira. This is the regular resolutions status update. Just wanted to note that we've just, as part of improving our governance systems, one of the things that we've chosen to do is remove the resolutions as they relate to minutes, receiving the resolutions, all those administrative resolutions that you pass, and focus on the substantive motions of each council meeting. So you'll notice that change. I'll otherwise just note with regard to the update around the representation review, the deadline for appeals on the representation review closed Monday just passed. As far as we are aware, there are 2 appeals, one from Ashburton District Council and one from an individual community member. There may be others that had gone direct to the Local Government Commission, and they'll be passed through to us, but we would have expected to have seen those by now. So the hearings for the representation review are now set down to occur on the 22nd of January for our representation review. So that's the only matter to update on. Happy to take any questions.
Well done, David. Ian?
I've seen the Ashburton appeal and I don't understand it, but that's not my question. The other appeal, what was the intent of that? Can you tell us?
No, I don't have that information to hand. I'm just... We can provide a summary on on all of the appeals that we've received.
Question? No.
Yes. So what you're saying is that I'm talking about the Whakakapi situation. Have you seen it, or have you seen the submission?
I haven't read it yet myself.
Because what I think what I'm hearing is no.
Yeah, let's not debate it because we haven't got a paper on it. It's just an update. David, I just wanted to ask, in terms of the way the report goes forward, because I see at the back of it on page 97, that's the outstanding and in progress. So we're saying that the ones at the front of the report are just from the last meeting, but when we go forward, we'll just see this outstanding and in progress will just be those more substantive ones. Is that right? Is that the difference?
It will still have the substantive ones from the previous meeting showing that they're completed.
Yeah.
It just won't have all of the administrative resolutions with regard to minutes, the resolutions report, those types of things.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Don't think so. Thank you, David. So our resolutions here, well, just one resolution, just to note the status of the resolutions report. Do I have a mover for that? I'm happy to move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor East, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried, thank you. Next one is report from the chair. I'll take it as read, but happy to answer any questions that people may have around the report. Yep, Peter.
Yeah, Craig, my question relates to the Chatham Islands Council meeting with yourself and Councillor Swiggs and the Mayor and the Chief Executive, and I wondered how that go. I know that there was a bit of fraught discussion going on in terms of their position. Is there anything to update on that, or is it still ongoing?
Actually, that's an error because Councillor Swiggs wasn't at that particular meeting. It was only myself. So sorry, but Councillor Swiggs did catch up with the Chatham Islands people at another meeting. So sorry, that's my mistake. That's an error. So, but I was there, and I can give you an update. So yeah, met with, like I said, that I was there, the Mayor, the Chief Executive, and it was actually with the Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee as well. And Giles was actually there alongside me as well. It was a good meeting in terms of trying to find some resolution for this financial year that we're in. So there's been some ongoing work. There's been an exchange of letters which has taken place between our CE and their CE. And now Giles is working directly with the CE, Paul Eagle, on trying to find resolution for this financial year around specificity for the amount of money that is there for the contract, and us trying to meet those things, and then looking forward to next financial year as well.
So I take it from your answer then that the fundamental issue of funding the Chatham Islands through DIA is still not up to the spec where it should be. And the second part of that, Chair, is there anything in progress at the moment to try and change that?
Not specifically, because the Chatham Islands themselves, the council themselves, don't feel that there's any more money coming. So they're not going to explore that. They're just trying to deal with getting the contracts and the work they need to get done. But we have showed that support to say we'd be willing to work with you. And the wider regional sector is also keen, because they were at the regional sector meeting last week, to support them in any way that they want in terms of going back to government to increase that funding, of course. But as we know, doesn't seem to be much money coming out that way. So for sure, we've offered that support, but we'll only move when they want to move with us. Yeah. Yep. Nope.
Thank you, Councillor Scott, for bringing that up, because I was going to bring it up actually. But is there any specific timelines that have been talked about around response times and all of that?
Well, definitely there's a current financial year that we just need to work with it. So we're actually well overdue, because the contract should have been sorted before the start of this financial year. So we're actually way behind time. But there's a willingness on both sides to make it work for this year.
So I took note of Giles' presentation around that, and whether he said that or not, but it was preferable before Christmas. Is that realistic?
Yeah, true. Giles, do you want to answer that? I think that's what we're trying to aim towards with the CE over there. We can only go as fast as each party can go. So.
So thank you, Chair. We've had an updated work programme from the Chatham Islands, which we'll be responding to by the end of the month. That should hopefully finalise the contract work for the current financial year. By December, we'll confirm the ongoing reporting arrangements so that we can use the first half of 2025 to finalise and work on a much clearer contract for 25-26, which is the last year of the current contract.
So what do you mean by clearer contract?
So that we have a clear contract agreed before the start of the financial year.
Cool. Any other questions on the report? Yep, Vicky?
Yeah, not so much question, but just to say that we had 4 marae visits. I was present at 3 on Te Pātaka o Rakauhautu, and it was an absolute joy to visit the marae. It always is. I always feel like I'm amongst people that really understand the importance of the environment, and it really does feel today like I've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous, and we have so much to do. I think the thing that came through in every single marae visit was just how impacted our environment is, just how much we have to do to put it straight. And I think that's a really important role that we should be taking seriously. And I am disappointed in today, but I hope that we'll get on and try and resolve some of these things on behalf of Ngāi Tahu, Mana Whenua, and also all Pākehā who actually care about these things as well. So just put that noted. Thanks.
Kia ora, Vicky. Yeah, Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora koutou. I went up into Wellington to Kauru Kahika, speaking on behalf of Te Marawata, as I am the co-chair of Te Marawata, and I'm also in the National Council. So I went up and just talked about, I suppose, with the changes of this government and regarding, Te Tiriti, regarding, the 28 facets of the Tiriti being withdrawn from legislation and other areas and fast track, etc., that I spoke to the chairs and the senior leaders of the 16 councils that are up there, and I just talked about, the pressure that they'll be under from the reforms from the government, and just stating that to hold strong and really work with their partners, iwi and hapu and whānau in and around in their communities, and find ways to work together and not let this current government and the reform process they're going through, being anti-Māori, that they hold firm for their partnerships and what they've done to date, and just draw a line in the sand and see where they can get to. But that was the main message, to say work together. Ko noi ki te ko noi. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Burns.
He tangata o te tiriti ahau, Councillor Kōrako.
Cranwell, maybe. Sorry, Cranwell. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm just acknowledging. I said he tangata o te tiriti ahau. I just wanted to ask a question, but can I make a comment about, it was so great to see so many of Environment Canterbury's extraordinary employees at the New Zealand Coastal Society, especially those that were on the organising committee. The short time that I was there, we've got some really awesome people in this building, Anyway, the bit I wanted to just get you to flesh out slightly is the concerns by members of the community who are contacting me as well around the Waimakariri rivers. And I have there are some really good people. I've known Adrian, for example, for a very long time, and I know, everything he's ever said to me has been easily what I need to listen to. But I'm a bit concerned we've actually got members of council even starting to make public statements querying where we're at. So have you got anything you can sort of upgrade with us? Thank you.
Only that we've got a meeting coming up with Waimakariri District Council, so the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor. I have rung the Deputy Mayor about some of the comments that were made, just to try to say, hey, look, we're all in this together. We're trying to work on it together. We're working on it with Ngāi Tuahuriri as well and the community. And so that's where we've really got to. That meeting's about to happen because the Mayor has been away. The Mayor of Waimakariri has been away. So that's been organised, I think, for next week or the week after. So that's when we'll get to some discussions. We haven't spoken to Ngāi Tuahuriri or organised that meeting, but that'll have to happen in due course. But yeah, that's where we're at the moment. I know Councillor Edge and Councillor Mackay have been, involved in various meetings as well, trying to help in that process. So they'll be part of that as well. All good. And just to respond to Councillor Southworth, the 3 meetings that I was aware of in the last part of this, and the one that I went to at Waire were really, really well done. And I'm sad I couldn't be at the Onuku and the Kokorata one, but I heard good responses from them and really good outcomes from those meetings in terms of willingness to work together, both on the things we've done in the past, but also in the future in terms of how we can do things going forward. So reiterate that. And yes, in terms of Yayan's presentation that he did at the Kahikata Leaders Plenary, the overarching message was really about ongoing partnership and holding firm to that. So it was a really good presentation. Yep, Councillor Robinson.
No, thank you. Just following on from Councillor Burns' talk about the New Zealand Coastal Society. I was fortunate enough to have 3 days with a whole group of engineers, ecologists, Niwa, all sorts of people talking about the really good things that people are doing in the community, and often with next to no budget. So, and also agree that the staff that were there and, you know, some of the scientists and that from our council were really great too, really engaging, and some really good ideas coming from some of the overseas speakers, especially the US, where they've got inundation and they've chosen to not look at engineering but natural solutions. So it was really good.
Well done. Councillor East?
Look, as a councillor that's expressed a fair amount of interest in coastal matters, I don't hear anything of these sort of engagements at all. So I'd like to be at least advised they're on the agenda.
Yeah, I think the Coastal Society one was these councillors went to it of their own accord. It wasn't an invite that come through my office. It was just, I didn't get invited to it. Yeah, so yeah. But they are available, and I think a number of staff went to it because they knew about it too. But yep, all good. Any other questions or comments? All good. So keen to put the resolution on the table about just receiving the chair's report. Could I have a mover for that? Councillor Swiggs, thank you. Councillor Robinson seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Our next job to do is to go into public excluded. We've got a bit of, yeah.
Can I bring something up before you do that?
Depends.
Something that happened in this meeting, because I want to go back to the point of order that I originally made. And the point of order is Standing Order 20.3. And in that, with Councillor Burns, one of the reasons why I'm making that is that a detrimental comment was actually made and used. And it actually, if I was a staff member sitting there listening to that, I would be actually quite upset, because the use of the word can't is something that I think is actually detrimental to our staff and us actually as a council.
Councillor Karakia, what I heard from Councillor Burns is that he said that that's what some people say, and he said, but in his context of his speech, he said he can. So he wasn't using it in a defamatory way to this council. He was saying that's what some people have said. He doesn't believe that. Here's what he said. So I don't think that's really a relevant matter. So, but thanks for bringing it up. Yep.
Yeah, we could review the video actually.
Yep. Well, that's how I heard it. So
anyway,
that's how I'm adjudicating it on at the moment.
Because it's actually part of, and look, don't get me wrong here, is that the fact is that it was used. The other part is that the people that actually come in here to support councillors sometimes are actually, in some ways, I think, they need to be reminded about the fact that they're here as manuhiri. They get welcomed, and yet, we actually have them responding sometimes and all of that. And it only comes from sort of specific councillors who actually they come to support.
I don't think that's fair, Councillor Karakia, because they're members of the public. They're entitled to come here. I don't think they're coming to support any particular councillor. I think they're coming to listen to the business of council. So that's what I believe.
Well, did you hear what whoever the guy was that just left and called us absolutely disgusting?
Yeah,
I mean, that's my point.
Yeah, and you also said something earlier in the meeting that wasn't great either.
Not to that. Not to what that did. I could have.
Well, you did say it in response to clapping. So anyway, look, I just don't think this is necessary. We've had our decisions. We've done our decisions. That didn't affect any decision-making we were about to do. It was done. So, yes, I could have said something, but I don't want to inflame the situation. He was leaving the room. So I think that was a better way to deal with it. That's my opinion. Can we move on?
Well, these people come here and then we don't have to listen to them. I mean, they come here out of respect to what this is. I mean, here we have Jeffrey King still coming in here. How does that work?
I think you've been told how that works, Councillor Korako. We can't stop someone from coming to a public meeting. We cannot. We've had that advice from the Auditor General or the, I think that's it. So that's the advice we've been given, and we've told everyone that here. Yes, it's not the best thing all the time, but that's the way that we have to do it. So sorry if that's upsetting, and I know it does upset some people, but we have to be bigger than that. So can we move on? Go into public excluded. Do I have mover? Yep, mover, seconded. Thanks, Councillor Southworth. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you. We're in public excluded. We'll just do our things with the technology. we're good to go. Cool. So we're back online. So we've returned back to the public meeting, and our next meeting is the 11th of December, 2024 coming up. And Councillor Korako, are you able to Whakakapi o tātou nei hui? Kia ora, Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora tātou, anei te mea atu kia koutou, mō koutou mahi tēnei rā, aha ko te piki me te heke, ko tai tātou ki konei. Ahua rangirua au tēnei rā mo te mahi, engari he rā popo, he rā popo. It's another day tomorrow, so the sun will be shining, 27 degrees, so really looking forward to it. Even though it's been an up and down day, you win and you lose some, but we're still here for our rivers, for our environment in our community, so he mahi tahi tātou. Nō reira, kia ka tākana e te karakia, unuhia. Unuhia ki te urutapa nui o tāne, kia wāti, kia māmai te kākau te tinana, te wairua, te arataka tū, koe ara e roko, whakerirake ki ruka kia tīna, hai mi hui e, kia ora.